Hey, what if everything we know about ancient history is wrong? Across the globe, impossible structures mock our textbooks. 500-ton blocks fitted like Lego pieces. Underground cathedrals carved from solid rock. Stone circles that track stars with NASA-level precision. The kicker, nobody knows who built them, or how, or why they all suddenly stopped. Plot twist. These aren't random monuments. They're a global network speaking in code. The same mysterious symbols carved in Turkey appear in Peru. Identical spirals from Ireland to Easter Island. Handbag motifs from Iraq to Guatemala. Someone was running a worldwide operation, and they wanted us to notice. Then came the flood. Not just any flood. The flood that every civilization remembers, from Noah to the Aborigines. What if these megalithic masterpieces aren't ancient art projects, but emergency broadcasts? Stone hard drives programmed by a dying civilization, screaming across millennia. We were here. We knew things. Don't make our mistakes. The question is, are we listening? Before we dive deeper into this stone conspiracy, we need to establish what exactly qualifies as a megalith worth our attention. Not every pile of rocks deserves a place in this investigation. We're hunting for something far more specific, far more impossible than your average ancient wall. The structures that should make engineers lose sleep and archaeologists question their textbooks. So what separates a true megalithic anomaly from conventional ancient construction? The answer lies in 5 critical criteria that transform ordinary stonework into something extraordinary. First, sheer mass pushes these monuments beyond normal human capability. We're talking about individual stones weighing hundreds of tons, sometimes exceeding 1,000 tons. To put this in perspective, the largest stone at Baalbek in Lebanon weighs roughly 1,150 tons, equivalent to about 3 Boeing 747 jumbo jets stacked together. Modern construction rarely attempts to move stones heavier than 100 tons. And when they do, it requires specialized equipment, closed highways, and months of planning. Yet, somehow, ancient builders routinely manipulated blocks 5 to 15 times heavier, often transporting them across rough terrain and placing them with millimeter precision. The second criterion involves precision fitting that defies conventional explanation. These aren't rough stones stacked like boulders. The joints between megalithic blocks often achieve tolerances of less than half a millimeter, tighter than many modern construction standards. At sites like Sacsayhuaman in Peru, massive irregular stones with up to 12 different angles fit together so perfectly that you can't slide a razor blade between them. This level of precision requires either incredibly advanced measuring tools or construction techniques we've completely lost to history. Third, the complete absence of mortar or binding agents sets these structures apart from typical ancient masonry. Roman engineers were masters of concrete and mortar, creating durable structures that lasted millennia. Egyptian pyramid builders used gypsum mortar between their limestone blocks. But megalithic sites consistently show dry stone construction where massive blocks rely entirely on precise cutting and gravity for stability. This approach actually creates stronger structures than mortared walls, as the joints can flex during earthquakes without cracking. But it demands exponentially higher precision in the initial construction. Fourth, many megalithic sites display mysterious surface treatments that suggest exposure to extreme temperatures or unconventional cutting methods. Close examination reveals smooth surfaces that appear almost glass-like, far beyond what bronze or iron tools should produce. Some stones show evidence of melting or vitrification along their edges, as if exposed to temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius. Others display perfectly straight cuts through incredibly hard materials like granite and diorite, cuts that would challenge modern diamond blade saws. These surface anomalies hint at construction techniques that don't match the primitive tool sets traditionally attributed to their supposed builders. Finally, exceptional seismic resistance separates megalithic construction from conventional ancient building methods. Many of these sites sit in earthquake-prone regions, yet have survived thousands of years of geological activity that destroyed later civilizations built on top of them. The famous Inca walls of Cusco remained standing after earthquakes that toppled Spanish colonial buildings constructed using European techniques. This suggests that megalithic builders possessed sophisticated understanding of seismic engineering principles that modern architects are only beginning to rediscover. With these criteria established, a remarkable pattern emerges when we map megalithic sites across the globe. Rather than clustering in single regions, as we might expect from isolated civilizations, these monuments form what can only be described as a planetary garland, stretching across continents and oceans in ways that challenge our understanding of ancient connectivity. The South American anchor of this network centers on Peru, where the concentration of megalithic sites is simply staggering. Sacsayhuaman, outside Cusco, represents perhaps the most technically impressive example, with its zigzagging walls built from blocks weighing up to 200 tons each. The precision here goes beyond mere tight fitting. Individual stones display complex three-dimensional curves that interlock with their neighbors in impossible ways, creating structures that become stronger under stress rather than weaker. Local legends describe these walls as the work of the Viracochas, godlike beings who could soften stone with plant extracts, making the massive blocks malleable like clay before they hardened into their final positions. Moving southeast from Cusco, we encounter Ollantaytambo's Wall of Six Monoliths, where enormous granite blocks were somehow transported 7 kilometers across rugged terrain from their quarry site. The logistics alone boggle the mind. These aren't small decorative stones, but massive architectural elements weighing 50 tons each. The quarry sits on the opposite side of a deep valley, meaning the blocks had to be lowered down steep slopes, carried across a river, and then hauled uphill to their final positions. Even with modern heavy lifting equipment, this would be an expensive and challenging project. With Bronze Age technology, it should have been impossible. Further south, Tiwanaku, near Lake Titicaca, presents another layer of the megalithic puzzle. Here, precisely cut andesite blocks, weighing up to 65 tons, were fitted together to create ceremonial platforms and temples. What makes Tiwanaku particularly intriguing is its altitude. Sitting at 12,500 feet above sea level, where the thin air makes physical labor exponentially more difficult. Yet the construction quality rivals any megalithic site on Earth. The famous Gate of the Sun, carved from a single 10-ton block of andesite, displays intricate relief carvings that suggest the builders had access to advanced tools and unlimited time for detailed work. The Peruvian megalithic tradition extends to coastal sites as well, with structures like the fortress walls of Samepata, showing the same impossible precision and massive scale. What's particularly striking about the South American examples is their consistency across vast distances and varied geography. Whether built at sea level or high in the Andes, in desert regions or tropical valleys, these sites display identical construction techniques and aesthetic sensibilities, suggesting a unified technological tradition that spanned the entire continent. Following our megalithic garland northward and across the Atlantic, we arrive in the Levant, where the ancient world's most extreme examples push the boundaries of possibility even further. Baalbek in Lebanon stands as perhaps the single most impressive megalithic site on Earth, not just for the size of its stones, but for the technical sophistication of their placement. The Trilithon, 3 limestone blocks forming part of the temple foundation, weighs approximately 800 tons each. These aren't rough field stones, but precisely cut architectural elements with smooth surfaces and right-angle corners. They sit perfectly level and aligned, fitted together with joints so tight that differential settling over 2 millennia hasn't opened visible gaps. But Baalbek's truly mind-bending element lies in the nearby quarry, where the stone of the pregnant woman remains partially cut from the bedrock. This single block, had it been completed, would have weighed over 1,150 tons, making it the largest worked stone in human history. The precision of the cutting around its edges suggests the ancient builders had every intention of moving this monster, raising questions about what kind of transportation technology they possessed. Modern engineering studies have concluded that moving such a stone would require custom equipment costing millions of dollars and months of preparation. Yet the ancient builders apparently considered it routine work. The Lebanese megalithic tradition extends beyond Baalbek to sites like the enigmatic structures at Hosen Niha, where massive blocks were fitted together to create foundations for temples that were later destroyed. Here, the same precision and scale appear, but with an added mystery. Many of the stones show evidence of having been moved multiple times, as if the original builders dismantled and reconstructed their monuments for unknown reasons. This suggests a level of organization and planning that goes far beyond simple construction projects. Moving southwest into Egypt, the megalithic tradition takes on different characteristics while maintaining the same core impossibilities. The Osirion at Abydos represents one of Egypt's most enigmatic structures, built from massive granite blocks that dwarf the limestone construction typical of dynastic Egypt. Unlike the decorated temples that surround it, the Osirion displays the austere, minimalist aesthetic common to megalithic sites worldwide. Its blocks, weighing up to 100 tons each, were fitted together without mortar and show signs of extensive water erosion that predates the dry climate of historical Egypt. What makes the Osirion particularly intriguing is its architectural style, which has more in common with Peruvian megalithic construction than with recognized Egyptian building traditions. The blocks display the same precise fitting and massive scale found at sites like Sacsayhuaman, yet they're separated by thousands of miles of ocean. This similarity has led some researchers to propose that the Osirion represents the work of a pre-dynastic civilization that possessed advanced construction techniques, later lost to history. The Giza complex presents its own megalithic mysteries, particularly in the Valley Temple adjacent to the Sphinx. Here, massive granite blocks weighing up to 200 tons were fitted together with the same precision found at sites worldwide. The blocks show evidence of advanced cutting techniques, with some displaying saw marks that would require blades several feet long to produce. The logistics of transporting these blocks from quarries hundreds of miles away, then lifting them into precise positions, remains unexplained by conventional archaeology. Perhaps most mysterious are the underground chambers beneath the Giza Plateau. Vast spaces carved from solid bedrock with the same precision found in above-ground megalithic construction. These chambers, only recently discovered using ground-penetrating radar, suggest that the megalithic builders were as comfortable working underground as above ground, creating three-dimensional architectural complexes that extend far below the surface. Following the megalithic trail northward into Europe reveals a different but equally sophisticated tradition. The megalithic tombs of Ireland and Britain display astronomical alignments, so precise they require advanced mathematical knowledge to achieve. Newgrange in Ireland, built around 3200 BCE, features a roof box positioned to allow sunlight to penetrate the chamber only during the winter solstice. This level of precision requires not just skilled construction, but detailed astronomical observations conducted over multiple generations. The engineering at Newgrange goes beyond simple astronomical alignment. The massive capstones, some weighing 40 tons, were positioned to create a waterproof chamber that has remained dry for over 5,000 years. The curved walls distribute weight evenly, preventing collapse despite the enormous loads above. The precision of the stonework rivals any megalithic site worldwide, with joints so tight that no mortar was necessary for weatherproofing. Moving to continental Europe, sites like the dolmens of France and Spain display similar megalithic characteristics on a smaller but equally precise scale. The Dolmen de Soto in Spain features massive capstones balanced on upright supports with mathematical precision that ensures structural stability across millennia. The chambers often align with astronomical events, suggesting their builders possess the same astronomical knowledge found at megalithic sites worldwide. The European megalithic tradition extends to underground construction as well, with sites like the Hypogeum of Hal Saflieni in Malta representing some of the most sophisticated subterranean architecture ever created. Carved from solid limestone, these chambers display acoustic properties that suggest their builders understood advanced principles of sound engineering. Voices spoken in certain chambers resonate at specific frequencies, creating effects that modern acoustic engineers struggle to replicate. The megalithic trail continues eastward into Asia, where Japan presents some of the most enigmatic examples of advanced stonework. The Ishi no Hoden in Hyogo Prefecture challenges conventional understanding of ancient Japanese capabilities. This 500-ton granite monolith appears to float above a small pool of water, supported by a precisely carved central pillar that's barely visible beneath the surface. The craftsmanship involved in creating this illusion requires engineering skills that seem far beyond the capabilities attributed to ancient Japanese civilization. Equally mysterious is the Masuda no Iwafun in Nara Prefecture, a massive granite block carved with precise rectangular indentations whose purpose remains unknown. The stone measures approximately 11 meters long and weighs an estimated 800 tons, yet shows no tool marks or debris around its base to indicate how it was carved. The precision of the cuts suggests advanced metalworking tools, yet no such tools have been discovered in archaeological contexts that would date to the stone's creation. What makes the Japanese examples particularly intriguing is their isolation from other megalithic traditions. Japan's island geography should have prevented cultural exchange with megalithic builders in other regions. Yet the construction techniques and aesthetic sensibilities mirror those found thousands of miles away in Peru and Lebanon. This suggests either independent development of identical advanced techniques or connections between ancient civilizations that conventional history doesn't recognize. Moving southeast into the Pacific, the megalithic tradition appears on islands so remote that their inhabitants shouldn't have had contact with outside civilizations for thousands of years. Easter Island's Moai statues represent perhaps the most famous Pacific megalithic site, but they're just the beginning of a network that extends across Micronesia and Polynesia. The precision of Easter Island's statue construction goes far beyond simple carving. Each moai was shaped to precise specifications, with standardized proportions that suggest the use of sophisticated measuring systems. The logistics of moai construction and transportation remain among archaeology's greatest mysteries. The largest completed statue weighs approximately 75 tons and stands 33 feet tall. Yet somehow the islanders moved nearly 1,000 of these giants across rugged terrain to their final positions. Recent experiments have shown that small teams can move moai by rocking them upright in a walking motion. But this technique works only on level ground. Many Easter Island moai were transported across rough volcanic terrain that would make such techniques impossible. The megalithic tradition extends throughout Micronesia, with sites like Nan Madol in Pohnpei displaying construction techniques that mirror those found worldwide. Here, massive basalt blocks weighing up to 50 tons were somehow transported across water and fitted together to create artificial islands. The blocks show the same precise cutting and fitting found at other megalithic sites. Yet Pohnpei's isolation should have prevented contact with other advanced civilizations. What makes Nanmadol particularly intriguing is its location. Built in a lagoon, the site required transporting massive stones across water using techniques that remain unexplained. Local legends describe the stones being flown into place by ancient gods, a description that echoes similar stories from megalithic sites worldwide. While clearly mythical, these consistent accounts of supernatural assistance suggest that the transportation methods used were so far beyond normal human capability that they seemed magical to observers. Returning westward to Lebanon and southern Turkey, we encounter some of the most recently discovered megalithic sites that are rewriting our understanding of ancient capabilities. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, dated to approximately 9500 BCE, predates Stonehenge by over 6,000 years, and the Egyptian pyramids by more than 7,000 years. Yet the sophistication of its construction rivals any megalithic site on Earth. The T-shaped pillars at Göbekli Tepe, some weighing 20 tons and standing 18 feet tall, were quarried, transported, and erected with precision that challenges our understanding of Neolithic capabilities. The intricate carvings covering these pillars display artistic sophistication that shouldn't have existed among hunter-gatherer societies. Lions, foxes, bulls, and serpents are depicted with naturalistic detail that rivals classical sculpture. Yet, they were created by people who supposedly hadn't yet developed agriculture or permanent settlements. What makes Göbekli Tepe even more mysterious is its deliberate burial around 8000 BCE. Someone carefully covered the entire complex with tons of earth, preserving it for modern discovery. This suggests that even in antiquity, people recognized the site's importance and took extraordinary measures to protect it. The question remains, from what were they protecting it? The megalithic sites of Laos represent perhaps the most remote and least understood examples of this global tradition. The Plain of Jars contains thousands of massive stone vessels carved from solid granite and sandstone. Some of these jars weigh up to 30 tons and stand 10 feet tall, yet their purpose remains completely unknown. The precision of their carving suggests advanced tools and techniques, yet no such tools have been discovered in the archaeological record. What makes the Plain of Jars particularly intriguing is its location in one of the most isolated regions of Southeast Asia. The logistics of creating thousands of massive stone vessels in this remote area should have been impossible for any ancient civilization. Yet the evidence sits in plain sight. Local legends describe the jars as the work of giants who used them to brew rice wine for celebrations. But such explanations only highlight how far beyond normal human capability the construction appears. The distribution of megalithic sites across this global network raises profound questions about ancient human capabilities and connections. The traditional model of isolated civilizations developing independently cannot account for the striking similarities in construction techniques, aesthetic choices, and engineering solutions found at sites separated by vast distances and supposedly by thousands of years in time. Consider the precision fitting techniques found at megalithic sites worldwide. From Peru to Lebanon to Japan, ancient builders consistently achieved joint tolerances of less than a millimeter between massive, irregular blocks. This isn't a simple technique that multiple civilizations could easily discover independently. It requires sophisticated understanding of three-dimensional geometry, advanced measuring tools, and construction methods that we're only beginning to understand today. The astronomical alignments found at megalithic sites present another layer of complexity. Sites on different continents consistently align with the same celestial events. Solstices, equinoxes, and specific star positions. This suggests either remarkable coincidence or shared astronomical knowledge that spanned the globe. The precision of these alignments often requires observations conducted over multiple generations, implying stable civilizations with strong institutional memory. The symbolic motifs carved at megalithic sites provide perhaps the most compelling evidence for ancient connections. The same spiral patterns appear in Irish tombs, Maltese temples, and Pacific Island petroglyphs. The mysterious handbag symbol shows up in Sumerian art, Central American carvings, and Turkish megalithic sites. Serpent imagery appears consistently across all megalithic traditions, often in identical stylistic treatments that suggest direct cultural transmission rather than independent development. The conventional explanation for these similarities relies on the concept of convergent evolution, the idea that similar challenges naturally lead to similar solutions. Just as birds and bats independently evolved flight, perhaps ancient civilizations independently developed megalithic construction techniques. This explanation might work for simple similarities, but the level of detail and consistency found across megalithic sites suggests something more direct. The alternative explanation involves ancient connections that conventional history doesn't recognize. Perhaps megalithic sites represent the remnants of a global civilization that possessed advanced maritime technology, allowing them to maintain contact across vast ocean distances. Or maybe they represent the surviving monuments of a much older civilization whose influence spread worldwide before being disrupted by the catastrophic flooding events recorded in global mythology. The evidence for such connections isn't limited to architectural similarities. Genetic studies have revealed unexpected population movements in prehistoric times, with DNA markers appearing in isolated populations that suggest long-distance contact. Geological evidence shows that sea levels were dramatically lower during the last ice age, exposing land bridges and creating island chains that could have facilitated ocean travel. Advanced materials have been found in archaeological contexts where they shouldn't exist according to conventional trade models. The megalithic network also displays consistent responses to seismic activity that suggest shared engineering knowledge. Sites in earthquake-prone regions consistently employ construction techniques that increase structural stability during ground movement. Massive blocks are often slightly angled inward, creating compression joints that tighten under stress. Foundation stones frequently display interlocking features that prevent lateral movement. These aren't simple construction techniques, but sophisticated engineering solutions that require advanced understanding of structural dynamics. The timeline of megalithic construction presents another puzzle that challenges conventional models. Many sites show evidence of multiple construction phases spanning thousands of years, with later builders adding to or modifying earlier work using identical techniques. This suggests either remarkable cultural continuity across vast time periods or the preservation of technical knowledge through means we don't understand. Perhaps most intriguingly, many megalithic sites show evidence of sudden abandonment, as if their builders simply vanished at the height of their construction activities. Göbekli Tepe was deliberately buried. Easter Island's Moai construction stopped abruptly with hundreds of statues left unfinished in the quarries. Nan Madol was abandoned so completely that local populations forgot how it was built. This pattern of sudden termination appears worldwide, suggesting that megalithic civilizations faced common challenges that forced them to abandon their greatest achievements. The global distribution of megalithic sites forms a pattern that's difficult to explain through conventional models of ancient human development. Rather than representing the independent achievements of isolated civilizations, these monuments appear to be nodes in a worldwide network that possessed advanced capabilities we're only beginning to understand. Whether this network represents the remnants of a lost global civilization or evidence of ancient connections that predate recorded history, the megalithic legacy continues to challenge our understanding of human potential and achievement. The The question remains, were these remarkable similarities the result of parallel evolution among isolated civilizations? Or do they represent evidence of ancient connections that linked megalithic builders across vast distances of space and time? The answer may determine not just how we understand the past, but how we view the capabilities of ancient human civilization and the possibility that advanced knowledge was lost and rediscovered multiple times throughout history. As we continue to uncover new megalithic sites and develop better techniques for studying existing ones, the mystery only deepens, suggesting that our ancestors were far more sophisticated and far more connected than we've ever imagined. Before we dive deeper into this stone conspiracy, we need to establish what exactly qualifies as a megalith worth our attention. Not every pile of rocks deserves a place in this investigation. We're hunting for something far more specific, far more impossible than your average ancient wall. The structures that should make engineers lose sleep and archaeologists question their textbooks. So what separates a true megalithic anomaly from conventional ancient construction? The answer lies in 5 critical criteria that transform ordinary stonework into something extraordinary. First, sheer mass pushes these monuments beyond normal human capability. We're talking about individual stones weighing hundreds of tons, sometimes exceeding 1,000 tons. To put this in perspective, the largest stone at Baalbek in Lebanon weighs roughly 1,150 tons, equivalent to about 3 Boeing 747 jumbo jets stacked together. Modern construction rarely attempts to move stones heavier than 100 tons. And when they do, it requires specialized equipment, closed highways, and months of planning. Yet, somehow, ancient builders routinely manipulated blocks 5 to 15 times heavier, often transporting them across rough terrain and placing them with millimeter precision. The second criterion involves precision fitting that defies conventional explanation. These aren't rough stones stacked like boulders. The joints between megalithic blocks often achieve tolerances of less than half a millimeter, tighter than many modern construction standards. At sites like Sacsayhuaman in Peru, massive irregular stones with up to 12 different angles fit together so perfectly that you can't slide a razor blade between them. This level of precision requires either incredibly advanced measuring tools or construction techniques we've completely lost to history. Third, the complete absence of mortar or binding agents sets these structures apart from typical ancient masonry. Roman engineers were masters of concrete and mortar, creating durable structures that lasted millennia. Egyptian pyramid builders used gypsum mortar between their limestone blocks. But megalithic sites consistently show dry stone construction where massive blocks rely entirely on precise cutting and gravity for stability. This approach actually creates stronger structures than mortared walls, as the joints can flex during earthquakes without cracking. But it demands exponentially higher precision in the initial construction. Fourth, many megalithic sites display mysterious surface treatments that suggest exposure to extreme temperatures or unconventional cutting methods. Close examination reveals smooth surfaces that appear almost glass-like, far beyond what bronze or iron tools should produce. Some stones show evidence of melting or vitrification along their edges, as if exposed to temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius. Others display perfectly straight cuts through incredibly hard materials like granite and diorite, cuts that would challenge modern diamond blade saws. These surface anomalies hint at construction techniques that don't match the primitive tool sets traditionally attributed to their supposed builders. Finally, exceptional seismic resistance separates megalithic construction from conventional ancient building methods. Many of these sites sit in earthquake-prone regions, yet have survived thousands of years of geological activity that destroyed later civilizations built on top of them. The famous Inca walls of Cusco remained standing after earthquakes that toppled Spanish colonial buildings constructed using European techniques. This suggests that megalithic builders possessed sophisticated understanding of seismic engineering principles that modern architects are only beginning to rediscover. With these criteria established, a remarkable pattern emerges when we map megalithic sites across the globe. Rather than clustering in single regions, as we might expect from isolated civilizations, these monuments form what can only be described as a planetary garland, stretching across continents and oceans in ways that challenge our understanding of ancient connectivity. The South American anchor of this network centers on Peru, where the concentration of megalithic sites is simply staggering. Sacsayhuaman, outside Cusco, represents perhaps the most technically impressive example, with its zigzagging walls built from blocks weighing up to 200 tons each. The precision here goes beyond mere tight fitting. Individual stones display complex three-dimensional curves that interlock with their neighbors in impossible ways, creating structures that become stronger under stress rather than weaker. Local legends describe these walls as the work of the Viracochas, godlike beings who could soften stone with plant extracts, making the massive blocks malleable like clay before they hardened into their final positions. Moving southeast from Cusco, we encounter Ollantaytambo's Wall of Six Monoliths, where enormous granite blocks were somehow transported 7 kilometers across rugged terrain from their quarry site. The logistics alone boggle the mind. These aren't small decorative stones, but massive architectural elements weighing 50 tons each. The quarry sits on the opposite side of a deep valley, meaning the blocks had to be lowered down steep slopes, carried across a river, and then hauled uphill to their final positions. Even with modern heavy lifting equipment, this would be an expensive and challenging project. With Bronze Age technology, it should have been impossible. Further south, Tiwanaku, near Lake Titicaca, presents another layer of the megalithic puzzle. Here, precisely cut andesite blocks, weighing up to 65 tons, were fitted together to create ceremonial platforms and temples. What makes Tiwanaku particularly intriguing is its altitude. Sitting at 12,500 feet above sea level, where the thin air makes physical labor exponentially more difficult. Yet the construction quality rivals any megalithic site on Earth. The famous Gate of the Sun, carved from a single 10-ton block of andesite, displays intricate relief carvings that suggest the builders had access to advanced tools and unlimited time for detailed work. The Peruvian megalithic tradition extends to coastal sites as well, with structures like the fortress walls of Samaipata showing the same impossible precision and massive scale. What's particularly striking about the South American examples is their consistency across vast distances and varied geography. Whether built at sea level or high in the Andes, in desert regions or tropical valleys, these sites display identical construction techniques and aesthetic sensibilities, suggesting a unified technological tradition that spanned the entire continent. Following our megalithic garland northward and across the Atlantic, we arrive in the Levant, where the ancient world's most extreme examples push the boundaries of possibility even further. Baalbek in Lebanon stands as perhaps the single most impressive megalithic site on Earth, not just for the size of its stones, but for the technical sophistication of their placement. The Trilithon, 3 limestone blocks forming part of the temple foundation, weighs approximately 800 tons each. These aren't rough field stones, but precisely cut architectural elements with smooth surfaces and right-angle corners. They sit perfectly level and aligned, fitted together with joints so tight that differential settling over 2 millennia hasn't opened visible gaps. But Baalbek's truly mind-bending element lies in the nearby quarry, where the stone of the pregnant woman remains partially cut from the bedrock. This single block, had it been completed, would have weighed over 1,150 tons, making it the largest worked stone in human history. The precision of the cutting around its edges suggests the ancient builders had every intention of moving this monster raising questions about what kind of transportation technology they possessed. Modern engineering studies have concluded that moving such a stone would require custom equipment costing millions of dollars and months of preparation. Yet the ancient builders apparently considered it routine work. The Lebanese megalithic tradition extends beyond Baalbek to sites like the enigmatic structures at Hosen Niha, where massive blocks were fitted together to create foundations for temples that were later destroyed. Here, the same precision and scale appear, but with an added mystery. Many of the stones show evidence of having been moved multiple times, as if the original builders dismantled and reconstructed their monuments for unknown reasons. This suggests a level of organization and planning that goes far beyond simple construction projects. Moving southwest into Egypt, the megalithic tradition takes on different characteristics while maintaining the same core impossibilities. The Osirion at Abydos represents one of Egypt's most enigmatic structures, built from massive granite blocks that dwarf the limestone construction typical of dynastic Egypt. Unlike the decorated temples that surround it, the Osirion displays the austere, minimalist aesthetic common to megalithic sites worldwide. Its blocks, weighing up to 100 tons each, were fitted together without mortar and show signs of extensive water erosion that predates the dry climate of historical Egypt. What makes the Osirion particularly intriguing is its architectural style, which has more in common with Peruvian megalithic construction than with recognized Egyptian building traditions. The blocks display the same precise fitting and massive scale found at sites like Sacsayhuaman, yet they're separated by thousands of miles of ocean. This similarity has led some researchers to propose that the Osirion represents the work of a pre-dynastic civilization that possessed advanced construction techniques later lost to history. The Giza complex presents its own megalithic mysteries, particularly in the Valley Temple adjacent to the Sphinx. Here, massive granite blocks weighing up to 200 tons were fitted together with the same precision found at sites worldwide. The blocks show evidence of advanced cutting techniques, with some displaying saw marks that would require blades several feet long to produce. The logistics of transporting these blocks from quarries hundreds of miles away, then lifting them into precise positions, remains unexplained by conventional archaeology. Perhaps most mysterious are the underground chambers beneath the Giza Plateau. Vast spaces carved from solid bedrock with the same precision found in above-ground megalithic construction. These chambers, only recently discovered using ground-penetrating radar, suggest that the megalithic builders were as comfortable working underground as above ground, creating three-dimensional architectural complexes that extend far below the surface. Following the megalithic trail northward into Europe reveals a different but equally sophisticated tradition. The megalithic tombs of Ireland and Britain display astronomical alignments, so precise they require advanced mathematical knowledge to achieve. Newgrange in Ireland, built around 3200 BCE, features a roof box positioned to allow sunlight to penetrate the chamber only during the winter solstice. This level of precision requires not just skilled construction, but detailed astronomical observations conducted over multiple generations. The engineering at Newgrange goes beyond simple astronomical alignment. The massive capstones, some weighing 40 tons, were positioned to create a waterproof chamber that has remained dry for over 5,000 years. The curved walls distribute weight evenly, preventing collapse despite the enormous loads above. The precision of the stonework rivals any megalithic site worldwide, with joints so tight that no mortar was necessary for weatherproofing. Moving to continental Europe, sites like the dolmens of France and Spain display similar megalithic characteristics on a smaller but equally precise scale. The Dolmen de Soto in Spain features massive capstones balanced on upright supports with mathematical precision that ensures structural stability across millennia. The chambers often align with astronomical events, suggesting their builders possessed the same astronomical knowledge found at megalithic sites worldwide. The European megalithic tradition extends to underground construction as well, with sites like the Hypogeum of Hal Saflieni in Malta representing some of the most sophisticated subterranean architecture ever created. Carved from solid limestone, these chambers display acoustic properties that suggest their builders understood advanced principles of sound engineering. Voices spoken in certain chambers resonate at specific frequencies, creating effects that modern acoustic engineers struggle to replicate. The megalithic trail continues eastward into Asia, where Japan presents some of the most enigmatic examples of advanced stonework. The Ishi no Hoden in Hyogo Prefecture challenges conventional understanding of ancient Japanese capabilities. This 500-ton granite monolith appears to float above a small pool of water, supported by a precisely carved central pillar that's barely visible beneath the surface. The craftsmanship involved in creating this illusion requires engineering skills that seem far beyond the capabilities attributed to ancient Japanese civilization. Equally mysterious is the Masuda no Iwafun in Nara Prefecture, a massive granite block carved with precise rectangular indentations, whose purpose remains unknown. The stone measures approximately 11 meters long and weighs an estimated 800 tons. Yet shows no tool marks or debris around its base to indicate how it was carved. The precision of the cuts suggests advanced metalworking tools. Yet no such tools have been discovered in archaeological contexts that would date to the stone's creation. What makes the Japanese examples particularly intriguing is their isolation from other megalithic traditions. Japan's island geography should have prevented cultural exchange with megalithic builders in other regions. Yet the construction techniques and aesthetic sensibilities mirror those found thousands of miles away in Peru and Lebanon. This suggests either independent development of identical advanced techniques or connections between ancient civilizations that conventional history doesn't recognize. Moving southeast into the Pacific, the megalithic tradition appears on islands so remote that their inhabitants shouldn't have had contact with outside civilizations for thousands of years. Easter Island's Moai statues represent perhaps the most famous Pacific megalithic site. But they're just the beginning of a network that extends across Micronesia and Polynesia. The precision of Easter Island's statue construction goes far beyond simple carving. Each moai was shaped to precise specifications, with standardized proportions that suggest the use of sophisticated measuring systems. The logistics of moai construction and transportation remain among archaeology's greatest mysteries. The largest completed statue weighs approximately 75 tons and stands 33 feet tall. Yet somehow the islanders moved nearly 1,000 of these giants across rugged terrain to their final positions. Recent experiments have shown that small teams can move moai by rocking them upright in a walking motion. But this technique works only on level ground. Many Easter Island moai were transported across rough volcanic terrain that would make such techniques impossible. The megalithic tradition extends throughout Micronesia, with sites like Nan Madol in Pohnpei displaying construction techniques that mirror those found worldwide. Here, massive basalt blocks weighing up to 50 tons were somehow transported across water and fitted together to create artificial islands. The blocks show the same precise cutting and fitting found at other megalithic sites. Yet Pohnpei's isolation should have prevented contact with other advanced civilizations. What makes Nan Madol particularly intriguing is its location. Built in a lagoon, the site required transporting massive stones across water using techniques that remain unexplained. Local legends describe the stones being flown into place by ancient gods, a description that echoes similar stories from megalithic sites worldwide. While clearly mythical, these consistent accounts of supernatural assistance suggest that the transportation methods used were so far beyond normal human capability that they seemed magical to observers. Returning westward to Lebanon and southern Turkey, we encounter some of the most recently discovered megalithic sites that are rewriting our understanding of ancient capabilities. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, dated to approximately 9500 BCE, predates Stonehenge by over 6,000 years, and the Egyptian pyramids by more than 7,000 years. Yet the sophistication of its construction rivals any megalithic site on Earth. The T-shaped pillars at Göbekli Tepe, some weighing 20 tons and standing 18 feet tall, were quarried, transported, and erected with precision that challenges our understanding of Neolithic capabilities. The intricate carvings covering these pillars display artistic sophistication that shouldn't have existed among hunter-gatherer societies. Lions, foxes, bulls, and serpents are depicted with naturalistic detail that rivals classical sculpture. Yet they were created by people who supposedly hadn't yet developed agriculture or permanent settlements. What makes Göbekli Tepe even more mysterious is its deliberate burial around 8000 BCE. Someone carefully covered the entire complex with tons of earth, preserving it for modern discovery. This suggests that even in antiquity, people recognized the site's importance and took extraordinary measures to protect it. The question remains, from what were they protecting it? The megalithic sites of Laos represent perhaps the most remote and least understood examples of this global tradition. The Plain of Jars contains thousands of massive stone vessels carved from solid granite and sandstone. Some of these jars weigh up to 30 tons and stand 10 feet tall, yet their purpose remains completely unknown. The precision of their carving suggests advanced tools and techniques, yet no such tools have been discovered in the archaeological record. What makes the Plain of Jars particularly intriguing is its location in one of the most isolated regions of Southeast Asia. The logistics of creating thousands of massive stone vessels in this remote area should have been impossible for any ancient civilization. Yet the evidence sits in plain sight. Local legends describe the jars as the work of giants who used them to brew rice wine for celebrations. But such explanations only highlight how far beyond normal human capability the construction appears. The distribution of megalithic sites across this global network raises profound questions about ancient human capabilities and connections. The traditional model of isolated civilizations developing independently cannot account for the striking similarities in construction techniques, aesthetic choices, and engineering solutions found at sites separated by vast distances and supposedly by thousands of years in time. Consider the precision-fitting techniques found at megalithic sites worldwide. From Peru to Lebanon to Japan, ancient builders consistently achieved joint tolerances of less than a millimeter between massive, irregular blocks. This isn't a simple technique that multiple civilizations could easily discover independently. It requires sophisticated understanding of three-dimensional geometry, advanced measuring tools, and construction methods that we're only beginning to understand today. The astronomical alignments found at megalithic sites present another layer of complexity. Sites on different continents consistently align with the same celestial events: solstices, equinoxes, and specific star positions. This suggests either remarkable coincidence or shared astronomical knowledge that spanned the globe. The precision of these alignments often requires observations conducted over multiple generations, implying stable civilizations with strong institutional memory. The symbolic motifs carved at megalithic sites provide perhaps the most compelling evidence for ancient connections. The same spiral patterns appear in Irish tombs, Maltese temples, and Pacific Island petroglyphs. The mysterious handbag symbol shows up in Sumerian art, Central American carvings, and Turkish megalithic sites. Serpent imagery appears consistently across all megalithic traditions, often in identical stylistic treatments that suggest direct cultural transmission rather than independent development. The conventional explanation for these similarities relies on the concept of convergent evolution. The idea that similar challenges naturally lead to similar solutions. Just as birds and bats independently evolved flight, perhaps ancient civilizations independently developed megalithic construction techniques. This explanation might work for simple similarities, but the level of detail and consistency found across megalithic sites suggests something more direct. The alternative explanation involves ancient connections that conventional history doesn't recognize. Perhaps megalithic sites represent the remnants of a global civilization that possessed advanced maritime technology, allowing them to maintain contact across vast ocean distances. Or maybe they represent the surviving monuments of a much older civilization whose influence spread worldwide before being disrupted by the catastrophic flooding events recorded in global mythology. The evidence for such connections isn't limited to architectural similarities. Genetic studies have revealed unexpected population movements in prehistoric times, with DNA markers appearing in isolated populations that suggest long-distance contact. Geological evidence shows that sea levels were dramatically lower during the last ice age, exposing land bridges and creating island chains that could have facilitated ocean travel. Advanced materials have been found in archaeological contexts where they shouldn't exist according to conventional trade models. The megalithic network also displays consistent responses to seismic activity that suggest shared engineering knowledge. Sites in earthquake-prone regions consistently employ construction techniques that increase structural stability during ground movement. Massive blocks are often slightly angled inward, creating compression joints that tighten under stress. Foundation stones frequently display interlocking features that prevent lateral movement. These aren't simple construction techniques, but sophisticated engineering solutions that require advanced understanding of structural dynamics. The timeline of megalithic construction presents another puzzle that challenges conventional models. Many sites show evidence of multiple construction phases spanning thousands of years, with later builders adding to or modifying earlier work using identical techniques. This suggests either remarkable cultural continuity across vast time periods or the preservation of technical knowledge through means we don't understand. Perhaps most intriguingly, many megalithic sites show evidence of sudden abandonment, as if their builders simply vanished at the height of their construction activities. Göbekli Tepe was deliberately buried. Easter Island's Moai construction stopped abruptly with hundreds of statues left unfinished in the quarries. Nan Madol was abandoned so completely that local populations forgot how it was built. This pattern of sudden termination appears worldwide, suggesting that megalithic civilizations faced common challenges that forced them to abandon their greatest achievements. The global distribution of megalithic sites forms a pattern that's difficult to explain through conventional models of ancient human development. Rather than representing the independent achievements of isolated civilizations, these monuments appear to be nodes in a worldwide network that possessed advanced capabilities we're only beginning to understand. Whether this network represents the remnants of a lost global civilization or evidence of ancient connections that predate recorded history, the megalithic legacy continues to challenge our understanding of human potential and achievement. The question remains, were these remarkable similarities the result of parallel evolution among isolated civilizations? Or do they represent evidence of ancient connections that linked megalithic builders across vast distances of space and time? The answer may determine not just how we understand the past, but how we view the capabilities of ancient human civilization and the possibility that advanced knowledge was lost and rediscovered multiple times throughout history. As we continue to uncover new megalithic sites and develop better techniques for studying existing ones, the mystery only deepens, suggesting that our ancestors were far more sophisticated and far more connected than we've ever imagined. The systematic precision engineering we've examined at surface megalithic sites represents only the visible portion of a much larger technological legacy. Beneath our feet and under the waves lie additional chapters of this ancient story, hidden from casual observation but revealing even more about the sophisticated capabilities of megalithic builders. These underground chambers and submerged structures challenge our understanding not just of ancient engineering, but of the timeline and geography of human civilization itself. The evidence suggests that megalithic builders were as comfortable working below ground as above it, creating vast subterranean complexes with the same precision and scale found in their surface monuments. Meanwhile, structures now resting beneath ocean waters hint at coastal civilizations that flourished when sea levels stood dramatically lower than today, before catastrophic flooding reshaped the planet's geography and buried entire technological traditions beneath hundreds of feet of water. Deep beneath the Egyptian sands at Abydos, behind the well-documented temple of Seti I, lies one of the most enigmatic structures in all of ancient Egypt. The Osirion presents visitors with architecture so alien to conventional Egyptian building traditions that many researchers question whether it belongs to Egyptian civilization at all. This massive underground complex challenges everything we think we know about ancient Egyptian capabilities and timeline, suggesting the existence of a much older and more sophisticated civilization that predates the pharaonic dynasties by thousands of years. Descending into the Osirion feels like entering a different world entirely, one governed by engineering principles and aesthetic sensibilities that have nothing in common with the ornate temples and decorated tombs typically associated with ancient Egypt. The structure consists of a central hall surrounded by massive granite pillars, each weighing approximately 100 tons and positioned with the same millimeter precision found at megalithic sites worldwide. But unlike the hieroglyph-covered surfaces that characterize Egyptian architecture, the Osirion's walls display stark minimalism that emphasizes structural function over decorative elaboration. The granite blocks used in the Osirion's construction present the first major anomaly. While most Egyptian monuments were built from local limestone, the Osirion employs massive granite elements that required transportation from quarries hundreds of miles away in Aswan. The logistics of moving 100-ton granite blocks down the Nile and then positioning them underground with precision represents a technical challenge that strains our understanding of ancient Egyptian capabilities. The precision of the stonework matches that found at sites like Pumapunku and Sacsayhuaman, with joints so tight that no mortar was required for structural integrity. The architectural style of the Osirion bears no resemblance to any other structure in Egypt from any historical period. Rather than the post and lintel construction typical of Egyptian temples, the Osirion employs massive monolithic elements that create spaces through sheer structural mass rather than architectural elaboration. The aesthetic is brutally minimalist, emphasizing the raw power of precisely cut stone rather than the symbolic decoration that characterizes pharaonic architecture. This approach to design has more in common with megalithic sites in Peru or Lebanon than with anything else found in Egypt. The dating of the Osirion has generated controversy among Egyptologists for decades. Orthodox archaeology attributes the structure to Seti I, dating it to approximately 1290 BCE, based primarily on its location behind Seti's temple, rather than on direct archaeological evidence from the structure itself. However, this dating conflicts with multiple lines of evidence that suggest a much greater age for the monument. The most compelling evidence for the Osirion's antiquity comes from extensive water erosion patterns visible throughout the structure. The granite blocks show clear signs of prolonged exposure to flowing water, with erosion patterns that extend deep into the stone surfaces. This erosion couldn't have occurred during Egypt's historical period, when the region's climate was already arid. Instead, the patterns suggest exposure to significant water flow during a much wetter climate period that ended thousands of years before Setiwars was born. Geological analysis of the erosion patterns indicates water flow consistent with regular flooding or even permanent submersion, conditions that haven't existed in the Abydos region since the end of the last ice age. The depth and extent of the erosion suggest exposure to water over extended periods, possibly millennia, rather than occasional flooding events. This evidence points to construction during a climatic period when the Sahara region was much wetter than today, pushing the possible age of the Osirion back to at least 10,000 BCE and possibly much earlier. The structural engineering of the Osirion demonstrates sophisticated understanding of underground construction techniques that weren't mastered in Egypt until much later periods. The foundation system extends deep into bedrock, creating structural stability that has withstood thousands of years of environmental stress. The drainage systems built into the structure show advanced understanding of hydrostatics and water management, suggesting the builders anticipated the flooding that would later submerge portions of the complex. The precision of the stonework at the Osirion matches the standards found at megalithic sites worldwide, with tolerances measured in millimeters rather than centimeters. The massive granite blocks were cut and fitted with accuracy that modern stonemasons struggle to achieve, even with power tools and precision measuring equipment. The joints between blocks remain tight after thousands of years, with no evidence of differential settling or structural failure despite the enormous loads involved. Perhaps most intriguingly, the Osirion shows clear evidence of having been built in multiple phases using identical construction techniques. The earliest construction phases employ the massive granite blocks and minimalist aesthetic that characterize the main structure. Later additions, clearly distinguishable by their different stone types and construction methods, show attempts to modify or adapt the original structure for different purposes. This suggests that even in antiquity, the Osirion was recognized as an ancient monument that later civilizations attempted to incorporate into their own architectural projects. The symbolic significance of the Osirion adds another layer of mystery to its interpretation. According to Egyptian religious texts, the structure represents the tomb of Osiris, the god of the underworld and resurrection. But Egyptian mythology consistently describes Osiris as bringing civilization to Egypt from elsewhere, suggesting that the association between Osiris and the Osirion may preserve cultural memories of an earlier civilization that influenced Egyptian development. The hieroglyphic texts that mention the Osirion consistently describe it as having been inherited rather than built by the pharaohs. References to the followers of Horus, who preceded dynastic rule, suggest that Egyptian civilization itself was built upon the foundations of an earlier, more advanced culture. The Osirion may represent one of the few surviving monuments from this predecessor civilization, explaining its alien architectural style and advanced engineering. Moving from the underground chambers of Egypt to the Pacific Ocean, we encounter another category of megalithic mystery in the form of structures that seem to defy every conventional understanding of ancient maritime capabilities. Non Madol, located in the lagoons of Pohnpei in Micronesia, represents perhaps the most ambitious ancient construction project ever undertaken in a marine environment, creating an entire city from massive stone blocks transported across water using techniques that remain completely unexplained. Nan Madol consists of 92 artificial islands built in the shallow lagoons surrounding Pohnpei, connected by a network of canals that earned the site its nickname as the Venice of the Pacific. But unlike Venice, which was built on naturally occurring islands, Nan Madol was constructed entirely from transported stone, requiring the movement of an estimated 750,000 tons of basalt blocks across water to create foundations in the marine environment. The scale of construction at Nan Madol challenges every assumption about ancient Pacific Island capabilities. The largest blocks used in the construction weigh up to 50 tons each, and were somehow transported across water without the use of wheels, large domestic animals, or metal tools. The precision of the construction matches that found at other megalithic sites, with blocks fitted together without mortar to create structures that have withstood centuries of typhoons, earthquakes, and tidal action. The logistics of Nan Madol's construction present puzzles that modern engineering struggles to solve. The basalt blocks were quarried from sites on the main island of Pohnpei, requiring transport across several miles of open water to reach the construction sites in the lagoon. The blocks had to be moved without damaging their precisely cut surfaces, then positioned underwater to create foundations that would support the massive superstructures built above them. Recent underwater archaeology has revealed that the foundations of Nan Madol extend much deeper than previously thought, with massive stone blocks positioned on the lagoon floor to create stable bases for the visible structures. These underwater foundations display the same precision fitting found in above-water construction, suggesting that the builders were as comfortable working underwater as on dry land. The engineering required to position massive blocks underwater with millimeter precision represents capabilities that challenge our understanding of ancient technology. The construction techniques used at Nan Madol show clear relationships to megalithic traditions found elsewhere in the Pacific and beyond. The dry stone construction, precision fitting, and massive scale all match characteristics found at sites like Easter Island and the megalithic structures of Peru. This suggests that Nan Madol wasn't an isolated achievement, but part of a broader technological tradition that extended across the Pacific Ocean. The purpose of Nan Madol remains enigmatic. Adding to the mystery surrounding its construction, archaeological evidence suggests the site served as a ceremonial and administrative center for the Saudeleur dynasty that ruled Pohnpei for several centuries. However, the massive scale of construction seems disproportionate to the population and resources of ancient Pohnpei, suggesting either much larger populations than conventionally assumed or construction capabilities far beyond what should have been possible for Pacific Island cultures. Local traditions preserved in Pohnpeian oral history describe the construction of Nan Madol in terms that echo supernatural explanations found at megalithic sites worldwide. According to these accounts, the massive stones were flown into place by twin sorcerers who possessed the power of flight and the ability to levitate heavy objects. While clearly mythical, these stories reflect the same sense of impossibility that surrounds megalithic construction everywhere, suggesting that even ancient observers recognized capabilities so far beyond normal human achievement that they seem to require supernatural intervention. The dating of Nan Madol presents additional mysteries that challenge conventional Pacific chronology. Carbon dating from organic materials found within the structures suggests construction beginning around 1200 CE. But this dating may reflect later occupation rather than initial construction. The massive scale of the project suggests construction periods extending over many centuries, possibly beginning much earlier than the conventional dates suggest. The acoustic properties of Nan Madol reveal another layer of sophisticated engineering that suggests deliberate design rather than accidental achievement. The stone structures create resonance effects that amplify and direct sound across the lagoon system, allowing communication between distant islands without the use of artificial amplification. This acoustic engineering requires sophisticated understanding of wave mechanics and architectural acoustics that wasn't achieved in Western science until the modern era. The engineering principles demonstrated at Nan Madol include advanced understanding of marine construction techniques that modern engineers struggle to replicate. Building stable foundations in a marine environment requires dealing with tidal action, saltwater corrosion, and the dynamic forces created by wave action. The fact that non-metal structures have remained stable for centuries in this challenging environment demonstrates engineering capabilities that surpass many modern marine construction projects. The cultural significance of non-metal extends beyond its impressive engineering to encompass its role as a center of Pacific navigation and maritime technology. Archaeological evidence suggests that the site served as a hub for long-distance oceanic voyages, with navigational knowledge and maritime technology that allowed contact with distant Pacific islands. This suggests that Nan Madol was built by a civilization with advanced understanding of oceanic navigation and maritime engineering. The mystery of Nan Madol deepens when we consider the sudden abandonment of the site around 1600 CE. After centuries of occupation and continuous construction, the site was suddenly deserted, with local populations moving to other parts of Phnom Penh. The reasons for this abandonment remain unclear, but the pattern of sudden termination matches that found at megalithic sites worldwide, suggesting common factors that forced advanced civilizations to abandon their greatest achievements. While underground chambers like the Osirian and marine constructions like Nan Madol preserve evidence of megalithic capabilities in extreme environments, perhaps the most intriguing evidence for lost civilizations lies beneath the ocean waves themselves. Submerged structures found at locations worldwide suggest that rising sea levels following the last ice age may have drowned entire civilizations, taking with them evidence of technological achievements that would revolutionize our understanding of ancient human capabilities. The underwater ruins near Arwad Island off the Syrian coast present compelling evidence for megalithic construction that predates the rise in sea level that occurred at the end of the last ice age. Diving investigations have revealed massive stone blocks fitted together with the same precision found at surface megalithic sites, but now resting several meters below the Mediterranean surface. The blocks show clear evidence of having been cut and fitted using advanced techniques, with joints tight enough to prevent marine growth between the stones despite centuries of submersion. The dating implications of the Arwad structures are profound. The blocks currently rest at depths that were dry land when sea levels stood approximately 120 meters lower than today, conditions that existed during the last ice age but ended around 10,000 years ago. This suggests that the construction predates the post-glacial sea level rise, pushing back the timeline for advanced megalithic construction by thousands of years, and indicating that sophisticated civilizations existed long before the conventional beginning of recorded history. The precision of the underwater stonework at Arwad matches that found at surface megalithic sites, with blocks cut to tolerances measured in millimeters and fitted together without mortar. The construction techniques show clear relationships to megalithic traditions found elsewhere in the Mediterranean and beyond, suggesting that the builders were part of the same technological tradition that created sites like Baalbek and the megalithic temples of Malta. Archaeological investigation of the Arwad structures has revealed evidence of deliberate planning and sophisticated engineering that goes far beyond simple construction. The underwater blocks form part of a larger architectural complex that includes foundations, walls, and what appear to be ceremonial spaces. The layout suggests urban planning capabilities and architectural sophistication that challenges our understanding of Ice Age civilizations. Moving to the Pacific, the underwater structures near Yonaguni Island off the coast of Japan present even more dramatic evidence for submerged megalithic construction. The Yonaguni Monument, as it has come to be known, consists of massive stone terraces, walls, and platforms that display characteristics consistent with artificial construction rather than natural geological formation. The scale of the Yonaguni Monument rivals that of major megalithic sites worldwide, with the main terrace extending over 150 meters in length and rising 25 meters from the ocean floor. The structure displays multiple levels connected by what appear to be artificial ramps and stairways, suggesting architectural planning rather than random geological processes. The precision of the angles and the regularity of the construction elements argue strongly for human origin rather than natural formation. The geological context of the Yonaguni monument supports arguments for artificial construction. While natural erosion can create impressive rock formations, the specific characteristics observed at Yonaguni are difficult to explain through geological processes alone. The straight edges, right angles, and complex geometric relationships between different elements of the structure suggest human modification of natural rock formations, if not entirely artificial construction. The dating implications of Yonaguni are as significant as those of other underwater sites. The monument currently rests at depths that were above sea level during the last ice age, when lower global temperatures locked vast quantities of water in continental glaciers. The end of the ice age, marked by rapid warming and massive glacial melting, raised sea levels by approximately 120 meters over a period of several thousand years, submerging coastal areas that had been inhabited for millennia. Recent underwater archaeological investigation has revealed additional structures near Yonaguni that strengthen arguments for artificial construction. These include what appear to be foundation blocks, carved channels, and geometric patterns that are difficult to explain through natural processes. The precision and regularity of these features suggest deliberate construction using techniques consistent with megalithic building traditions found elsewhere. The cultural significance of underwater sites like Yonaguni extends beyond their impressive engineering to encompass their potential role in preserving evidence of Ice Age civilizations. If the structures are indeed artificial, they represent some of the oldest human constructions ever discovered, predating the conventional beginning of civilization by thousands of years. This would require fundamental revision of our understanding of human technological development and social organization during the Ice Age period. Perhaps most intriguingly, sites like Dvaraka off the coast of India present underwater ruins that may preserve evidence of civilizations described in ancient literature but previously dismissed as mythology. Archaeological investigation has revealed massive stone blocks and structural foundations beneath the waters of the Arabian Sea, at depths consistent with construction during periods of lower sea level. The Dvaraka ruins show evidence of sophisticated urban planning and advanced construction techniques that match descriptions found in ancient Sanskrit texts. The precision of the stonework and the scale of construction suggest capabilities that challenge conventional understanding of ancient Indian civilization. The underwater preservation of these structures may provide the first physical evidence for the advanced civilizations described in Vedic literature. The pattern of submersion at sites like Arwad, Yonaguni, and Dvaraka points to a global phenomenon that may have preserved evidence of Ice Age civilizations beneath the world's oceans. The end of the last Ice Age marked one of the most dramatic environmental changes in human history. With rising sea levels drowning vast coastal areas that had been centers of human habitation for thousands of years. The speed of sea level rise at the end of the Ice Age may have been too rapid for coastal civilizations to adapt, forcing massive population movements and the abandonment of technological achievements that had taken millennia to develop. The few structures that survived this inundation may represent the only physical evidence we have for Ice Age civilizations that possessed advanced technological capabilities. Recent advances in underwater archaeology and marine survey technology are revealing additional submerged sites worldwide, suggesting that the examples we've discovered so far represent only the beginning of what may be a global pattern of drowned civilizations. Sonar surveys have identified anomalous structures on continental shelves around the world, many displaying characteristics consistent with artificial construction, but requiring detailed investigation to confirm their origin. The implications of these underwater discoveries extend far beyond archaeology to encompass our understanding of human resilience and technological development. If Ice Age civilizations possessed advanced construction capabilities and sophisticated social organization, their destruction by rising sea levels represents one of the greatest losses in human history. The knowledge and technology that disappeared beneath the waves may have set back human development by thousands of years. The acoustic properties of underwater megalithic sites reveal another dimension of ancient engineering sophistication. Submerged structures often display acoustic characteristics that suggest deliberate design for sound manipulation, even underwater. The physics of underwater acoustics are complex and poorly understood even today, yet ancient builders appear to have incorporated these principles into their construction projects. The preservation characteristics of underwater sites offer unique opportunities to study ancient construction techniques without the weathering and human modification that affects surface sites. The marine environment preserves surface treatments, tool marks, and construction details that would be lost to erosion or human interference on land. This preservation allows detailed analysis of ancient techniques using modern scientific methods. The global distribution of underwater megalithic sites suggests that rising sea levels at the end of the Ice Age may have drowned a worldwide network of advanced civilizations. The consistency of construction techniques and engineering principles across sites separated by vast ocean distances points to cultural connections that challenge our understanding of Ice Age human capabilities and organization. The evidence from underground chambers like the Osirian, marine constructions like Nan Madol, and underwater ruins worldwide points to a conclusion that fundamentally challenges our understanding of ancient human civilization. Rather than representing isolated achievements by primitive societies, these sites suggest the existence of advanced technological traditions that operated on a global scale and possessed capabilities that modern civilization has struggled to match. The underground construction capabilities demonstrated at sites like the Osirian suggest that ancient builders possessed sophisticated understanding of engineering principles that allowed them to create massive structures in challenging environments. The precision and scale of underground megalithic construction rivals or exceeds that found in surface sites, indicating that advanced technological capabilities extended to all aspects of construction and engineering. The marine construction techniques demonstrated at Nan Madol reveal capabilities that challenge our understanding of ancient maritime technology. The ability to transport and position massive stone blocks in marine environments suggests engineering knowledge and organizational capabilities that allowed ancient civilizations to undertake projects that modern engineers would find daunting. The underwater ruins found at sites worldwide provide the most compelling evidence for Ice Age civilizations that possessed advanced technological capabilities. The dating implications of these sites push back the timeline for sophisticated human achievement by thousands of years, suggesting that the conventional narrative of gradual human development may be fundamentally flawed. The pattern that emerges from examining underground, marine, and underwater megalithic sites suggests that ancient human civilization reached much greater heights of achievement than we've traditionally assumed, only to be disrupted by catastrophic environmental changes that destroyed most evidence of these achievements. The survivors of these disruptions may have preserved fragments of ancient knowledge that influenced later civilizations, explaining the sudden appearance of advanced techniques in cultures that supposedly developed them independently. The megalithic legacy preserved in underground chambers, marine constructions, and underwater ruins represents far more than impressive ancient engineering. These sites preserve evidence of human potential and achievement that has been lost to catastrophic environmental change and the passage of time. Understanding these achievements may be crucial not just for reconstructing the past, but for preparing for future challenges that could threaten our own technological civilization. The megalithic structures we've examined reveal not just impressive construction capabilities, but sophisticated understanding of long-term durability that modern engineering is only beginning to appreciate. These ancient builders didn't just create monuments to last centuries, but engineered them to survive millennia of environmental stress, seismic activity, and climatic change. The precision we observe in megalithic construction serves purposes far beyond aesthetic perfection, incorporating engineering principles that ensure structural integrity across geological timescales. The evidence suggests that megalithic builders possessed advanced understanding of materials science, structural dynamics, and environmental engineering that allowed them to create structures capable of withstanding forces that destroy conventional buildings. Their techniques for earthquake resistance, water management, and adaptive reuse reveal systematic approaches to construction that prioritized longevity over expedience, creating monuments that would preserve their knowledge across multiple cycles of civilizational rise and collapse. Perhaps nowhere is this long-term engineering philosophy more evident than in the sophisticated anti-seismic techniques employed throughout the Andes Mountains, where Inca and pre-Inca builders created structures that have withstood centuries of earthquake activity that regularly destroys modern construction. The seismic engineering principles embedded in these ancient structures demonstrate understanding of earthquake dynamics that wasn't achieved in Western engineering until the 20th century. The famous walls of Cusco provide the most accessible examples of ancient anti-seismic engineering, where megalithic foundations built by earlier civilizations continue to support structures that have survived earthquakes, capable of destroying Spanish colonial buildings constructed using European techniques. The 1650 earthquake that devastated colonial Cusco left the ancient megalithic walls virtually undamaged, while newer construction built on top of them suffered severe damage or complete collapse. The trapezoidal doorways and windows that characterize Inca architecture represent one of the most sophisticated earthquake-resistant design elements ever developed. Rather than the rectangular openings typical of conventional construction, these trapezoidal forms distribute stress loads in ways that prevent catastrophic failure during seismic events. The wider base and narrower top create structural elements that become stronger under compressive loads, turning the dynamic forces of earthquakes into stabilizing influences rather than destructive ones. The engineering principles behind trapezoidal construction reveal deep understanding of structural mechanics and materials behavior under stress. During earthquake motion, conventional rectangular openings create stress concentrations at their corners that often lead to crack propagation and structural failure. Trapezoidal openings eliminate these stress concentrations by distributing loads along curved stress paths that follow the natural grain structure of stone materials. Recent engineering analysis using computer modeling has confirmed that trapezoidal openings perform significantly better than rectangular ones during seismic events. The curved stress distribution created by the trapezoidal form reduces peak stress levels by up to 40% compared to rectangular openings of similar size. This stress reduction translates directly into improved structural survival during earthquake events, explaining why ancient Andean structures continue to outlast modern construction in seismically active regions. The tapering profile characteristic of megalithic walls throughout the Andes represents another sophisticated anti-seismic technique that modern earthquake engineering has rediscovered only recently. Walls that are wider at the base and narrower at the top create structures with lower centers of gravity and improved resistance to overturning moments during earthquake motion. This design principle is now standard in modern seismic engineering, but was implemented in Andean construction thousands of years before its theoretical basis was understood. The mathematical precision of Andean wall tapering reveals systematic application of engineering principles rather than intuitive construction. Measurements of surviving walls show consistent angles of inclination that optimize structural stability while minimizing material usage. The most stable walls display angles between 12 and 15 degrees from vertical, angles that recent seismic analysis has identified as optimal for earthquake resistance in stone construction. The interlocking joint systems used in Andean megalithic construction represent perhaps the most sophisticated earthquake-resistant technique ever developed. Rather than simple overlapping joints that can separate during ground motion, these structures employ complex three-dimensional interfaces that become tighter under stress. Individual stones feature projections and recesses that mesh with corresponding features on adjacent blocks, creating mechanical connections that prevent separation even under extreme dynamic loads. The famous 12-angled stone in Cusco's Hatun Rumiak Street demonstrates the ultimate expression of interlocking joint technology. This single stone interfaces with 12 adjacent blocks through a complex three-dimensional joint system that distributes loads across multiple contact points. The precision required to cut such joints challenges modern stoneworking capabilities, yet the result creates structural connections stronger than any mortar-based system. Engineering analysis of interlocking joint systems reveals their superiority over conventional construction methods for earthquake resistance. During seismic events, conventional mortar joints often fail first, allowing structural elements to separate and leading to progressive collapse. Interlocking joints without mortar actually tighten under stress, creating structures that become more stable as earthquake forces increase. The flexibility inherent in dry stone interlocking construction allows megalithic structures to accommodate ground motion without catastrophic failure. Unlike rigid, mortared construction that must resist earthquake forces through structural strength, flexible interlocking systems absorb and dissipate seismic energy through controlled movement between individual elements. This approach to earthquake resistance anticipates modern base isolation techniques that protect buildings by allowing controlled movement during seismic events. Field observations during recent earthquakes have documented the superior performance of ancient Andean construction compared to modern buildings. The 2007 Pisco earthquake that caused extensive damage to modern construction left nearby Inca walls virtually unaffected. Similar patterns of differential survival have been observed during earthquakes throughout Peru and Bolivia, consistently demonstrating the effectiveness of ancient anti-seismic techniques. The materials science embedded in Andean construction reveals additional aspects of sophisticated earthquake engineering. The builders consistently chose stone types with optimal characteristics for seismic resistance, favoring materials with high strength-to-weight ratios and good fracture toughness. The precision fitting techniques they employed create composite structures where individual stones work together as integrated systems rather than collections of separate elements. Recent analysis using ground-penetrating radar has revealed that the visible portions of Andean megalithic walls represent only the surface of much more complex structural systems. Deep foundations extending well below ground level anchor the visible walls to bedrock through engineered connection systems that ensure structural stability during extreme seismic events. These hidden foundation systems demonstrate planning and engineering sophistication that rivals modern earthquake-resistant construction. The acoustic properties of Andean megalithic structures provide additional evidence of sophisticated earthquake engineering. Many walls and buildings display resonance characteristics that suggest deliberate tuning to avoid amplification of seismic frequencies that could cause structural damage. This level of acoustic engineering requires understanding of wave mechanics and harmonic relationships that wasn't achieved in Western science until the modern era. While the anti-seismic techniques of Andean construction represent the most visible examples of long-term engineering thinking, equally sophisticated approaches to environmental durability appear in megalithic sites worldwide. The builders consistently incorporated drainage systems, ventilation networks, and water management techniques that ensure structural preservation across extended time periods. The Cholpas of Silustani demonstrate sophisticated integration of structural engineering with environmental control systems that have preserved the contents of these burial towers for over 1,000 years. These cylindrical stone towers employ multiple engineering techniques that create optimal conditions for long-term preservation, while maintaining structural integrity in one of the world's most challenging high-altitude environments. The drainage systems integrated into Silustani's Cholpas reveal understanding of hydrostatics and water management that prevents the moisture accumulation that would normally cause structural deterioration in such environments. Rather than simple water exclusion, these systems employ controlled drainage that maintains optimal humidity levels while preventing standing water that could cause freeze-thaw damage in the high-altitude climate. The ventilation systems incorporated into the Cholpas demonstrate equally sophisticated understanding of air circulation and atmospheric control. Carefully positioned openings create convection currents that maintain air circulation throughout the tower interiors, preventing the stagnant conditions that would promote decomposition and structural deterioration. The positioning and sizing of these openings show mathematical precision that suggests systematic application of fluid dynamics principles. Recent environmental monitoring inside Silustani's Cholpas has confirmed the effectiveness of these ancient environmental control systems. Temperature and humidity remain remarkably stable throughout seasonal variations, maintaining conditions optimal for preservation without any active environmental controls. The achievement of such stability in high-altitude mountain environments demonstrates engineering capabilities that modern building science struggles to match. The materials science employed in Silustani's construction reveals additional aspects of long-term durability engineering. The builders selected stone types with optimal thermal expansion characteristics that minimize stress cracking during temperature cycling. The fitting techniques they employed create joints that accommodate thermal movement without compromising structural integrity, ensuring stability across the extreme temperature variations typical of high-altitude environments. The Osirion at Abydos provides another example of sophisticated environmental engineering integrated with megalithic construction. Though in this case, the challenges involved water management in underground environments rather than preservation in arid mountain conditions. The drainage and water control systems incorporated into the Osirion demonstrate understanding of hydrostatic engineering that maintains structural integrity despite periodic flooding over thousands of years. The foundation design of the Osirion incorporates multiple levels of water management that prevent structural damage while accommodating the seasonal flooding that has characterized the site since antiquity. Rather than attempting to exclude water entirely, the design employs controlled drainage that manages water flow in ways that prevent structural stress while maintaining stability of the massive granite construction. The precision of the Osirion's drainage systems reveals systematic application of hydraulic engineering principles that weren't formally understood until much later periods. Water channels cut into the bedrock foundation direct flow in patterns that prevent erosion while maintaining structural support for the enormous granite blocks above. The sizing and positioning of these channels show mathematical precision that suggests advanced understanding of fluid mechanics. Recent archaeological investigation has revealed that the Osirion's water management systems extend far beyond the visible structure, incorporating drainage networks that connect to natural aquifer systems and maintain controlled water levels throughout the complex. This integration with natural hydrology demonstrates engineering planning that considers the structure's relationship to its geological environment rather than treating it as an isolated construction project. The acoustic properties of the Osirion reveal additional aspects of sophisticated environmental engineering. The structure's design creates specific resonance characteristics that are enhanced rather than degraded by the presence of water in the chambers. This acoustic engineering suggests that the builders understood the interaction between structural design and environmental conditions well enough to optimize performance across varying environmental states. The long-term preservation achieved at sites like Silistani and the Osirion demonstrates systematic approaches to durability engineering that modern construction rarely attempts to match. These ancient builders designed their structures to maintain functionality across geological timescales, incorporating environmental control systems that automatically adapt to changing conditions, without requiring active maintenance or intervention. Perhaps the most sophisticated aspect of megalithic engineering lies not in any single technique, but in the systematic approach to adaptive reuse and cyclical renovation that allowed these structures to maintain functionality across multiple periods of cultural change and technological development. Rather than building monuments intended to remain static across time, megalithic builders created adaptable structures that could be modified and enhanced by subsequent civilizations, while maintaining their essential structural integrity. Göbekli Tepe provides the most dramatic example of planned obsolescence and systematic renewal in megalithic construction. Rather than building a permanent monument intended to last indefinitely, the builders of Göbekli Tepe constructed their structures with the apparent intention of eventually burying them and building new ones on top. This approach to construction reveals understanding of cyclical time and planned renewal that contrasts sharply with modern approaches to monument construction. The multiple construction phases at Göbekli Tepe show systematic burial of earlier structures followed by construction of new ones, using identical techniques and symbolic systems. This pattern suggests not abandonment or destruction, but deliberate renewal as part of established cultural practices. The precision with which earlier structures were buried demonstrates the same engineering capabilities used in their original construction, indicating that burial was as much an engineering project as initial construction. Recent archaeological investigation has revealed that the burial of structures at Göbekli Tepe involved sophisticated engineering to ensure preservation of the buried monuments, while creating stable foundations for new construction above them. The backfill materials were carefully selected and placed to prevent settling that could damage either the buried structures or the new construction above them. This level of planning demonstrates understanding of soil mechanics and foundation engineering that ensures structural integrity across multiple construction cycles. The symbolic continuity maintained across different construction phases at Göbekli Tepe suggests that the renewal process preserved essential cultural and technological knowledge, while allowing for adaptation and enhancement. The same carving techniques, symbolic motifs, and construction methods appear in all phases, indicating systematic preservation of technical knowledge across the renewal cycles. Rujum el-Hiri in the Golan Heights provides another example of systematic renewal and adaptive reuse in megalithic construction, though in this case, the modifications appear to have been made by different cultural groups across extended time periods. The site shows clear evidence of multiple construction phases using different techniques and serving different purposes, yet maintaining structural integrity throughout the modification process. The original construction at Rujum el-Hiri created a sophisticated astronomical observatory with precise alignments to celestial events. Later modifications added burial chambers and ceremonial spaces without compromising the astronomical functions of the original structure. This adaptive reuse demonstrates engineering flexibility that allows fundamental changes in function while preserving essential structural and astronomical capabilities. The precision of the later additions at Rujum el-Hiri shows that subsequent builders possessed sufficient understanding of the original engineering to make modifications without compromising structural integrity. The burial chambers added to the central cairn required sophisticated integration with existing structural elements, while maintaining the precise astronomical alignments that defined the site's original function. Recent archaeological analysis has revealed that the modifications at Rujum el-Hiri involved sophisticated planning that considered both structural requirements and symbolic continuity. The positioning of new elements maintains mathematical relationships with original construction that suggest systematic application of geometric principles across different construction phases. This mathematical continuity indicates preservation of technical knowledge across cultural transitions. The pattern of systematic renewal and adaptive reuse, found at sites like Göbekli Tepe and Rujmelhiri, appears throughout the megalithic network, suggesting that planned obsolescence and cyclical renovation were fundamental aspects of megalithic culture rather than isolated practices. This approach to construction reveals sophisticated understanding of time, cultural change, and technological preservation that allowed megalithic knowledge to survive across multiple cycles of civilizational transition. The engineering principles that enabled systematic renewal and adaptive reuse required advanced understanding of structural mechanics that allowed modifications without compromising essential functions. Megalithic builders consistently created structures with sufficient redundancy and flexibility to accommodate major changes while maintaining structural integrity. This engineering philosophy prioritizes adaptability over permanence, creating monuments that could evolve with changing cultural needs while preserving essential knowledge and capabilities. The materials science employed in megalithic construction reveals additional aspects of long-term thinking that enabled cyclical renewal and modification. The builders consistently chose materials and construction techniques that would maintain integrity across extended periods while remaining workable for future modifications. The precision fitting techniques they employed create structures that can be partially disassembled and reassembled without losing structural stability, allowing for systematic renovation and enhancement. The astronomical alignments incorporated into megalithic sites demonstrate another aspect of long-term planning that considers cyclical time and systematic renewal. Many sites include alignments to astronomical cycles that unfold over extended periods, requiring observations and planning that span multiple generations. The preservation of these alignments across different construction phases indicates systematic preservation of astronomical knowledge and observational capabilities. The acoustic engineering found throughout megalithic sites reveals understanding of sound and resonance that was designed to survive structural modifications and cultural changes. Rather than creating acoustic effects that depend on specific structural configurations, megalithic builders employed acoustic principles that remained functional despite modifications to surrounding structures. This approach to acoustic engineering demonstrates planning for long-term cultural continuity, despite physical changes to the monuments themselves. The water management systems integrated into megalithic sites show similar long-term planning that considers changing environmental conditions and cultural needs. Rather than creating drainage systems optimized for specific conditions, megalithic builders employed water management principles that maintain functionality despite changes in climate, usage patterns, and surrounding development. This adaptive approach to environmental engineering ensures continued functionality across extended time periods. The symbolic systems preserved across different construction phases at megalithic sites reveal sophisticated approaches to cultural continuity that maintain essential knowledge while allowing for adaptation and enhancement. Rather than rigid preservation of specific symbolic forms, megalithic cultures developed symbolic systems flexible enough to accommodate new meanings while preserving essential mathematical and astronomical relationships. The precision engineering that characterizes megalithic construction serves purposes far beyond creating impressive monuments or demonstrating technical capabilities. The systematic approaches to earthquake resistance, environmental control, and adaptive reuse reveal engineering philosophy that prioritizes long-term cultural survival over short-term achievement. These ancient builders created structures designed to preserve essential knowledge and capabilities across multiple cycles of cultural change and environmental stress. The anti-seismic techniques employed in Andean construction demonstrate understanding that true durability requires accommodation of natural forces rather than simple resistance to them. The flexibility and adaptive capacity built into these structures allow them to survive environmental stresses that destroy rigid construction, ensuring preservation of both physical structures and the knowledge they embody. The environmental control systems integrated into megalithic sites reveal systematic approaches to preservation that maintain optimal conditions automatically without requiring active intervention. This autonomous functionality ensures continued preservation despite changes in cultural practices, technological capabilities, or environmental conditions that might disrupt active maintenance programs. The planned obsolescence and systematic renewal practices found throughout megalithic culture demonstrate sophisticated understanding of time and cultural change that prioritizes knowledge preservation over monument preservation. By designing structures for eventual replacement rather than permanent preservation, megalithic builders created systems that could adapt to changing cultural needs while maintaining essential technological and astronomical knowledge. The precision that characterizes megalithic construction ultimately serves the goal of creating information storage and transmission systems capable of preserving essential knowledge across geological timescales. The mathematical relationships, astronomical alignments, and engineering principles embedded in these structures function as libraries carved in stone, designed to remain readable despite changes in language, culture, and technology. The megalithic legacy reveals engineering philosophy that understood construction not as an end in itself, but as a means of preserving and transmitting knowledge across time. The precision, durability, and adaptability built into these structures represent systematic approaches to cultural continuity that modern civilization has largely forgotten. Understanding these approaches may be crucial for our own long-term survival as a technological civilization facing environmental challenges and cultural changes that threaten the preservation of essential knowledge and capabilities. Beyond the impressive engineering and precise construction techniques that characterize megalithic sites worldwide, lies another layer of evidence that suggests ancient connections across vast distances and time periods. Carved into the massive stones of these monuments is a sophisticated symbolic vocabulary that appears with remarkable consistency at sites separated by thousands of miles and supposedly built by completely unrelated civilizations. These recurring symbols, motifs, and iconographic elements form what can only be described as a global language of stone, a communication system that transcends cultural and linguistic boundaries to convey meanings that remain largely mysterious to modern observers. The consistency of this symbolic vocabulary across megalithic sites worldwide challenges conventional understanding of ancient cultural development and communication. Traditional archaeology explains similarities between distant cultures through concepts like convergent evolution or diffusion through trade contacts. But the precision and complexity of megalithic symbolism suggest something far more systematic. The symbols aren't rough approximations or general similarities, but precise iconographic elements that appear in identical forms across continents, often down to specific proportions, orientations, and contextual associations. This megalithic iconographic vocabulary appears to function as more than simple decoration or religious symbolism. The mathematical precision of symbol placement, the astronomical alignments that govern their positioning, and the sophisticated integration of symbols with architectural elements suggest that these carvings represent a technical communication system designed to preserve and transmit specific information across vast distances and extended time periods. Understanding this symbolic vocabulary may be crucial for deciphering the true purpose and meaning of megalithic monuments. The spiral motif represents perhaps the most widespread and consistent element in the megalithic symbolic vocabulary, appearing at sites across every continent where megalithic construction is found. From the elaborate spiral carvings at Newgrange in Ireland, to the geometric spirals at Ollantaytambo in Peru, to the abstract spiral forms at Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, this symbol appears with variations that suggest both unified meaning and local adaptation. At Newgrange, the spiral carvings that adorn the entrance stone and interior chambers display mathematical precision that suggests astronomical or cosmological significance, rather than simple artistic expression. The triple spiral motif that dominates the entrance stone features proportions based on the golden ratio, with spiral arms that follow logarithmic curves found throughout natural systems. The positioning of these spirals relative to the monument's astronomical alignments suggests they may represent celestial movements or cosmic cycles that were central to the builder's understanding of time and natural order. Recent analysis using computer modeling has revealed that the spiral patterns at Newgrange encode mathematical relationships that correspond to astronomical cycles, including precession, solstice variations, and lunar standstill periods. The spirals aren't random artistic expressions, but precise mathematical representations of celestial mechanics that require sophisticated observational astronomy and mathematical knowledge to create. The encoding of such complex astronomical information in symbolic form suggests that spirals functioned as technical diagrams rather than decorative elements. The cultural context of spirals at Newgrange extends beyond pure astronomy to encompass mythological and spiritual concepts that appear throughout Celtic tradition. Irish folklore consistently associates spiral symbols with otherworld journeys, transformation, and the cyclical nature of life and death. The positioning of spiral carvings at the entrance to burial chambers suggests they may have represented transitional spaces between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. Moving to the Andes, the spiral motifs carved at Ollantaytambo display the same mathematical precision found at Newgrange, but within a completely different cultural and geographical context. The spirals here appear integrated with other geometric elements, including stepped patterns, angular designs, and representational figures that suggest sophisticated symbolic systems that extend far beyond simple astronomical notation. The Ollantaytambo spirals show clear mathematical relationships to the site's astronomical alignments, appearing at locations that correspond to specific solar and stellar observation points. The positioning suggests that spirals served as markers or reference points for astronomical observations, functioning as permanent records of celestial measurements that could be referenced across extended time periods. The precision of their placement indicates systematic planning that integrates symbolic, astronomical, and architectural elements into unified design systems. The cultural interpretation of spirals in Andean tradition reveals additional layers of meaning that complement their astronomical functions. Quechua and Aymara mythologies consistently associate spiral symbols with Pachamama, the earth goddess, and with concepts of cyclical time and seasonal renewal. The integration of spiral symbols with agricultural terraces and water management systems suggests they may have represented the connection between celestial cycles and earthly fertility. At Göbekli Tepe, spiral motifs appear as abstract geometric elements integrated with complex animal and human figures that suggest sophisticated symbolic narratives, rather than simple astronomical notation. The spirals here often appear in association with water symbols, serpent figures, and bird imagery that suggests cosmological systems that integrate earthly and celestial elements into comprehensive worldview representations. The Göbekli Tepe spirals display mathematical precision comparable to those found at other megalithic sites, following logarithmic progressions and proportional relationships that suggest systematic application of geometric principles. Their integration with representational imagery indicates that abstract mathematical concepts were embedded within mythological narratives that made complex information accessible to non-specialist audiences. Recent archaeological analysis has revealed that spiral symbols at Göbekli Tepe appear in specific locations that correspond to the site's acoustic properties, appearing at points where sound resonance creates optimal auditory effects. This suggests that spirals may have functioned as markers for performance spaces, where oral traditions incorporating astronomical and mathematical knowledge were transmitted through spoken narrative and ritual activity. The global distribution of spiral symbolism in megalithic contexts reveals patterns that suggest systematic transmission of symbolic meanings rather than independent development of similar forms. The mathematical precision and astronomical correlations found at spiral carvings worldwide indicate shared technical knowledge that transcends cultural and linguistic boundaries. Complementing the widespread spiral motifs are zigzag patterns that appear throughout megalithic iconography, with variations that suggest both a unified meaning and local interpretation. These angular patterns often appear in association with water symbolism, astronomical alignments, and architectural elements that suggest technical rather than purely decorative functions. The zigzag patterns carved at sites like Newgrange show clear mathematical relationships to astronomical phenomena, particularly lunar cycles and stellar movements that require precise observational tracking. The angular measurements of zigzag elements often correspond to specific astronomical angles, including lunar standstill positions, stellar declinations, and solstice sunrise angles. This precision suggests that zigzag patterns functioned as technical notation systems for recording astronomical observations. At Andean sites, zigzag patterns appear integrated with water management systems, including terraces, channels, and drainage networks, that suggest symbolic representation of water flow and hydrological principles. The mathematical precision of these patterns indicates they may have functioned as technical diagrams that encoded information about hydraulic engineering and water resource management. The association of zigzag patterns with serpent imagery throughout megalithic iconography suggests additional layers of meaning that integrate natural symbolism with technical information. Serpent forms often follow zigzag patterns that mirror the mathematical precision found in astronomical and hydrological contexts, suggesting that animal symbolism served as mnemonic devices for preserving technical knowledge. Animal symbolism represents another major category within the megalithic iconographic vocabulary, with specific animals appearing consistently across sites worldwide in contexts that suggest standardized symbolic meanings rather than local cultural preferences. The precision and consistency of animal depictions, particularly birds, serpents, and large mammals, indicate systematic symbolic systems that encoded specific information types within recognizable iconographic forms. Bird symbolism appears throughout megalithic iconography with remarkable consistency, typically associated with celestial phenomena, astronomical observations, and concepts related to spiritual transcendence. The technical precision with which birds are depicted often includes accurate anatomical details and species-specific characteristics that suggest the symbolic associations were based on careful observation of actual bird behavior and characteristics. At Göbekli Tepe, the vulture imagery that dominates many pillars displays anatomical accuracy that indicates detailed knowledge of vulture behavior and ecological relationships. The positioning of vulture symbols relative to astronomical alignments suggests they may have represented specific constellations or stellar configurations that were important for calendrical or navigational purposes. The association of vultures with death and renewal in many cultures suggests additional symbolic layers that integrate astronomical observation with mythological concepts. The bird symbolism found at Easter Island's petroglyphs includes frigate bird and tern imagery that reflects the island's maritime environment, while maintaining symbolic associations with celestial phenomena that appear throughout Polynesian navigation traditions. The precision of these depictions suggests they functioned as technical references for navigation and astronomy, rather than simple artistic expression. Recent analysis of bird symbolism across megalithic sites has revealed mathematical relationships between bird imagery and astronomical phenomena that suggest systematic encoding of observational data within symbolic representations. The wingspans, flight patterns, and seasonal behaviors of depicted birds often correspond to specific astronomical cycles, suggesting that animal symbolism served as mnemonic systems for preserving complex technical information. Serpent symbolism represents another consistent element in megalithic iconography, appearing across cultures and continents in forms that suggest unified symbolic meanings related to earth forces, water systems, and cyclical time concepts. The mathematical precision with which serpents are depicted often includes geometric patterns that correspond to astronomical and mathematical principles. The serpent imagery at sites like the Serpent Mound in Ohio displays mathematical precision that encodes astronomical information, including lunar cycles, seasonal markers, and stellar alignments. The serpent's curves follow mathematical progressions that mirror celestial movements, suggesting that the earthwork functioned as a three-dimensional astronomical instrument as well as a symbolic representation. At Göbekli Tepe, serpent carvings appear integrated with human figures and geometric patterns and compositions that suggest complex mythological narratives that preserved astronomical and mathematical knowledge within accessible symbolic frameworks. The serpents often appear in association with water symbols and spiral motifs that suggest cosmological systems that integrated earthly and celestial phenomena. The global consistency of serpent symbolism in megalithic contexts reveals mathematical and astronomical correlations that transcend cultural boundaries, suggesting systematic transmission of symbolic meanings that preserve technical knowledge across vast distances and extended time periods. Perhaps the most intriguing element in the megalithic symbolic vocabulary is the mysterious handbag or basket motif that appears at sites across different continents in forms so consistent they appear to have been created using standardized templates. This enigmatic symbol appears carved in stone at Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, painted in Mesopotamian art, carved in Central American monuments, and depicted in various other megalithic contexts worldwide. At Göbekli Tepe, the handbag symbols appear held by anthropomorphic figures carved on the massive T-shaped pillars that dominate the site's circular enclosures. The precision of these carvings shows identical proportions and stylistic elements that suggest systematic reproduction rather than individual artistic interpretation. The figures holding these objects are depicted with anatomical accuracy that contrasts with the more abstract treatment of the handbag symbols themselves, suggesting the objects held special symbolic significance. The mathematical precision of handbag symbol proportions reveals geometric relationships that correspond to astronomical and mathematical constants found throughout megalithic architecture. The ratio between the handle and body of the handbag objects often corresponds to the golden ratio, while the overall proportions relate to astronomical cycles including lunar months and solar year divisions. This mathematical precision suggests that handbag symbols encoded specific numerical or astronomical information within their seemingly simple forms. Recent analysis using computer modeling has revealed that handbag symbols at different sites display identical proportional relationships, despite being separated by thousands of miles and supposedly created by unrelated cultures. The consistency extends to specific details, including handle thickness, body curvature, and proportional relationships that suggest either direct copying or systematic preservation of symbolic templates across cultures. The cultural context of handbag symbols reveals additional layers of meaning that may explain their widespread distribution and consistent form. In many ancient traditions, containers and vessels symbolize knowledge, wisdom, and the preservation of essential information across time. The handbag form may represent specialized knowledge containers that symbolize the preservation and transmission of technical information across cultural boundaries. Archaeological analysis has revealed that handbag symbols often appear in association with other technical symbols, including astronomical markers, mathematical notations, and architectural diagrams that suggest they functioned as markers for technical or priestly knowledge. The figures depicted holding these symbols often appear in contexts that suggest teaching or knowledge transmission activities. The Mesopotamian examples of handbag symbolism appear in association with the Anunnaki figures depicted in Sumerian and Assyrian art, where they are consistently shown being carried by divine or semi-divine beings associated with knowledge, civilization, and technical skills. The consistency of handbag depiction across different periods of Mesopotamian art suggests standardized symbolic meanings that were preserved across cultural transitions. In Central American contexts, handbag symbols appear in Maya and Olmec art in association with figures that represent knowledge, astronomy, and divine authority. The mathematical precision of these depictions mirrors that found at other megalithic sites, suggesting participation in the same symbolic tradition that appears worldwide. The global distribution of handbag symbolism challenges conventional understanding of ancient cultural development and communication. The precision and consistency of these symbols across vast distances and supposedly unrelated cultures suggests either systematic cultural transmission or preservation of symbolic traditions from a common source that influenced multiple civilizations. The technical precision of handbag symbols extends beyond simple artistic consistency to encompass mathematical and astronomical relationships that suggest they functioned as information storage and transmission devices rather than simple decorative elements. The encoding of mathematical constants and astronomical cycles within symbol proportions indicates systematic approaches to information preservation that use symbolic forms as technical notation systems. Recent discovery of handbag symbols at newly excavated megalithic sites continues to expand the geographic distribution of this motif, suggesting that its appearance was even more widespread than previously recognized. Each new discovery reinforces the consistency of form and proportional relationships that characterize this symbol across different cultural contexts. The integration of handbag symbols with astronomical alignments and architectural elements at megalithic sites suggests they functioned as markers within larger technical systems rather than isolated symbolic elements. Their positioning often corresponds to specific astronomical observation points or acoustic focal points that suggest technical rather than purely symbolic functions. The preservation of handbag symbolism across multiple cultural transitions at sites like Göbekli Tepe, where the symbol appears in different construction phases separated by centuries, indicates systematic preservation of symbolic meanings across cultural changes. This continuity suggests that handbag symbols represented knowledge or concepts that transcended specific cultural contexts. The mathematical analysis of handbag symbol proportions has revealed encoding of astronomical cycles, including precession periods, lunar standstill cycles, and planetary conjunctions that require sophisticated observational astronomy to determine. The precision of this encoding suggests that handbag symbols served as mnemonic devices for preserving complex astronomical knowledge within simple symbolic forms. The association of handbag symbols with water-related imagery at many megalithic sites suggests additional symbolic layers that may relate to hydrological knowledge, seasonal cycles, or agricultural timing. The integration of astronomical and earthly symbolic elements within handbag iconography suggests comprehensive knowledge systems that linked celestial observation with practical terrestrial applications. The bird and serpent imagery that often appears in association with handbag symbols creates symbolic compositions that suggest mythological narratives that preserve technical knowledge within accessible storytelling frameworks. These composite symbols may have functioned as teaching tools that made complex astronomical and mathematical knowledge accessible to non-specialist audiences through symbolic narrative. The megalithic symbolic vocabulary reveals systematic approaches to information storage and transmission that used stone monuments as permanent libraries capable of preserving essential knowledge across geological timescales. The mathematical precision, astronomical correlations, and global consistency of megalithic symbols suggest that these ancient builders possessed sophisticated understanding of information theory and communication systems. The encoding of astronomical observations within symbolic forms created knowledge preservation systems that remained functional despite changes in language, culture, and technology. The symbols functioned as universal technical notation that could be decoded by anyone possessing the appropriate mathematical and astronomical knowledge, regardless of their cultural or linguistic background. The integration of symbolic systems with architectural elements created monuments that functioned as three-dimensional textbooks, encoding multiple layers of information within permanent stone structures. The positioning of symbols relative to astronomical alignments, acoustic properties, and structural elements suggests that megalithic sites were designed as comprehensive educational facilities rather than simple monuments. The global distribution of consistent symbolic elements suggests that megalithic builders possessed communication networks capable of transmitting complex information across vast distances. The precision and consistency of symbol reproduction indicates either direct cultural contact or systematic preservation of symbolic templates that maintained accuracy across multiple copying generations. The survival of megalithic symbolic systems across multiple cultural transitions demonstrates the effectiveness of stone monuments as information storage media. Unlike written records that require specific languages and scripts to decode, symbolic systems embedded in architectural monuments remain accessible to any culture possessing appropriate mathematical and astronomical knowledge. The megalithic iconographic vocabulary represents one of humanity's earliest attempts to create universal communication systems capable of preserving essential knowledge across cultural and temporal boundaries. The sophistication of these systems suggests that ancient builders understood information preservation challenges that modern civilization has only recently begun to address through digital technologies and space-based communication systems. Understanding the megalithic symbolic vocabulary may provide insights into information preservation strategies that could help modern civilization maintain essential knowledge across potential future disruptions. The systematic approaches to symbolic encoding and architectural integration demonstrated by megalithic builders offer models for creating durable information storage systems that remain functional despite technological and cultural changes. The precision and consistency of megalithic symbolism ultimately demonstrates that ancient builders possessed sophisticated understanding of communication theory, information storage, and knowledge transmission that enabled them to create permanent libraries carved in stone. These symbolic systems preserve not just individual pieces of information, but comprehensive knowledge frameworks that integrate astronomy, mathematics, engineering, and philosophical concepts into unified understanding systems that remain partially accessible to modern analysis. The sophisticated symbolic vocabulary and advanced engineering techniques preserved in megalithic monuments worldwide tell only part of a much larger story about ancient human civilization and its relationship with catastrophic environmental change. Woven throughout the oral traditions of virtually every culture on Earth is another type of evidence that complements the stone record. The persistent memory of a great flood that destroyed an earlier world and forced humanity to begin civilization anew. These flood narratives, dismissed by modern scholarship as mythology, may actually preserve accurate historical accounts of the geological catastrophes that ended the last ice age and reshaped human civilization. The consistency of flood narratives across cultures, separated by vast distances and millennia of cultural development, suggests that these stories preserve genuine historical memories rather than independent mythological inventions. From the Epic of Gilgamesh in Mesopotamia to the biblical account of Noah's flood, from Hindu traditions of cyclic destructions to Native American stories of world-ending waters, the details remain remarkably consistent. Advanced civilizations possessed great knowledge and sophisticated technology until divine or natural forces sent floods that destroyed their achievements and scattered the survivors across the earth. What makes these flood narratives particularly compelling is how precisely they align with geological evidence for catastrophic environmental changes that occurred at the end of the last ice age. Between approximately 15,000 and 8,000 years ago, massive ice sheets covering much of North America and Europe underwent rapid melting that raised global sea levels by over 120 meters, drowning coastal areas that had been centers of human habitation for millennia. This wasn't a gradual rise, but a series of catastrophic pulses that could have raised sea levels by several meters within decades or even years. The geological record reveals that Ice Age termination wasn't a smooth transition, but a chaotic period marked by massive ice dam failures, sudden glacial lake drainage events, and rapid ice sheet collapses that released enormous volumes of water into the world's oceans. The Missoula floods in North America, caused by repeated failures of ice dams holding back glacial Lake Missoula, provide a scaled-down example of the catastrophic flooding that characterized this period. Each dam failure released volumes of water equivalent to the combined flow of all modern rivers on Earth, carving massive channels and depositing enormous volumes of sediment across the landscape. On a global scale, similar catastrophic events occurred throughout the Ice Age termination period. The collapse of the Laurentide ice sheet released vast quantities of meltwater into the North Atlantic, disrupting ocean circulation patterns and triggering rapid climate changes that affected the entire planet. The drainage of glacial lakes in Siberia and northern Europe released additional massive volumes of water that further accelerated sea level rise and climate disruption. The speed of these changes was sufficient to overwhelm any coastal civilization that might have existed during the Ice Age. Archaeological evidence suggests that human populations were significantly higher during the Ice Age than previously thought. With sophisticated hunter-gatherer societies that possessed advanced technologies including watercraft capable of ocean voyages, astronomical knowledge sophisticated enough to track complex celestial cycles, and architectural capabilities demonstrated by sites like Göbekli Tepe that predate the conventional beginning of civilization by thousands of years. The geographical distribution of Ice Age human populations concentrated heavily in coastal areas that are now submerged beneath hundreds of feet of ocean water. During periods of maximum glaciation, sea levels stood 120 meters lower than today, exposing vast continental shelf areas that provided optimal environments for human habitation. These areas combined abundant marine resources with temperate climates that remained habitable even during Ice Age conditions that made interior continental areas largely uninhabitable. Recent underwater archaeological discoveries have begun to reveal evidence for sophisticated human occupation of these now submerged areas. Sites like the underwater ruins near Yonaguni Island, the submerged structures off the coast of India near Dvaraka, and the megalithic walls discovered beneath the Mediterranean near Arwad, all suggest that complex civilizations existed in coastal areas that were subsequently drowned by post-glacial sea level rise. The technological sophistication evident at early post-flood sites like Göbekli Tepe suggests that the knowledge required for megalithic construction survived the catastrophic flooding that ended the Ice Age. However, the sudden appearance of advanced techniques without apparent developmental precursors indicates that this knowledge may have been preserved by refugee populations who fled from drowned coastal civilizations and established new settlements in areas that remained above the rising waters. The correlation between flood narratives and geological evidence becomes even more compelling when we examine the specific timing and characteristics described in traditional accounts. Many flood stories describe not a single catastrophic event, but a series of floods that occurred over extended periods, matching the geological evidence for multiple catastrophic meltwater pulses during Ice Age termination. The stories consistently describe the floods as divine punishment for the corruption or technological overreach of earlier civilizations, suggesting that the drowned societies had achieved levels of advancement that impressed even their survivors. The biblical flood narrative provides one of the most detailed accounts of catastrophic flooding, describing waters that covered the highest mountains and destroyed all terrestrial life except for the occupants of Noah's Ark. While the global extent described in the biblical account may reflect narrative elaboration, the core description of catastrophic flooding that destroyed advanced civilization matches closely with geological evidence for Ice Age termination flooding. The Mesopotamian flood narratives preserved in the Epic of Gilgamesh provide even more specific details that correlate with geological evidence. The story describes Utnapishtim, the flood survivor, as preserving not just human and animal life, but also the knowledge and skills of antediluvian civilization. This theme of knowledge preservation through catastrophic flooding appears consistently throughout flood narratives worldwide, suggesting that the technological traditions evident in megalithic construction were indeed preserved by flood survivors. Hindu traditions describe cyclic destructions of advanced civilizations through flooding and other catastrophes, with each cycle of destruction followed by periods of cultural renewal that gradually recover lost knowledge and capabilities. The precision of Hindu chronology, which describes these cycles in terms of thousands of years, suggests preservation of accurate historical memories spanning far longer periods than conventional history recognizes. Native American flood traditions from across North and South America describe catastrophic flooding that destroyed earlier civilizations and forced survivors to migrate to new territories. The geographical specificity of many of these accounts, describing the flooding of particular valleys and coastal areas, suggests preservation of accurate memories of actual geological events rather than mythological inventions. The consistency of flood narratives across cultures that supposedly had no contact with each other during their formative periods presents a significant challenge to conventional archaeological interpretations. The traditional explanation that flood stories represent independent responses to local flooding events cannot account for the remarkable consistency of details across different continents and cultural traditions. The alternative explanation, that flood narratives preserve accurate historical memories of actual catastrophic events, requires accepting that human civilization achieved much higher levels of sophistication during the Ice Age than conventional archaeology recognizes. However, this interpretation aligns perfectly with the evidence from megalithic sites that demonstrate advanced technological capabilities appearing suddenly in the archaeological record, without apparent developmental antecedents. The technological traditions preserved in megalithic construction may represent the survival of Ice Age knowledge systems that were nearly lost during the catastrophic flooding that ended the glacial period. The sophisticated astronomical observations, advanced mathematical knowledge, and precise engineering techniques evident at sites like Göbekli Tepe and Puma Punku suggest inheritance from educational traditions that required many generations to develop. The geographical distribution of early megalithic sites correlates closely with areas that would have received refugee populations fleeing from drowned coastal areas during post-glacial sea level rise. The concentration of advanced sites in areas like southeastern Turkey, the Levant, and highland regions of South America suggests that these locations served as refugia where flood survivors could establish new communities while preserving essential knowledge from their drowned civilizations. The symbolic systems preserved in megalithic iconography may represent attempts to encode and preserve knowledge that had previously been transmitted through institutional educational systems that were destroyed during the flooding catastrophes. The mathematical precision and astronomical sophistication of megalithic symbols suggests that they functioned as permanent libraries designed to preserve essential information across potential future catastrophes. The construction techniques employed at megalithic sites demonstrate approaches to building that prioritize longevity and resistance to environmental catastrophes. The anti-seismic engineering, sophisticated drainage systems, and modular construction methods evident at these sites suggest that their builders possessed intimate knowledge of environmental instability and designed their monuments to survive future catastrophic events. The acoustic properties incorporated into megalithic sites may have served similar preservation functions, creating spaces optimized for oral transmission of complex information across generations. The precision of acoustic engineering at sites like Newgrange and the underground chambers at Hypogeum suggests that oral educational traditions played crucial roles in preserving and transmitting knowledge that survived the flood catastrophes. The timing of megalithic construction aligns closely with the period of environmental stabilization that followed Ice Age termination flooding. Sites like Göbekli Tepe, dated to approximately 9500 BCE, were constructed shortly after the major meltwater pulses that characterize the end of the glacial period. This timing suggests that megalithic construction represented immediate responses by flood survivors to preserve essential knowledge in permanent stone monuments. The deliberate burial of sites like Göbekli Tepe may represent systematic approaches to knowledge preservation that protected important information from potential future catastrophes, rather than abandonment. The careful burial of these sites suggests planned preservation that ensured survival of essential knowledge across periods of cultural disruption or environmental stress. The global network of megalithic sites may represent a systematic attempt by flood survivors to establish permanent repositories of essential knowledge at multiple locations worldwide. The consistency of construction techniques, symbolic systems, and astronomical alignments across distant sites suggests coordinated efforts to ensure that crucial information would survive even if individual sites were destroyed or lost. The mathematical and astronomical knowledge preserved in megalithic monuments demonstrates sophistication that required many generations to develop through systematic observation and calculation. The precision of astronomical alignments at sites like Newgrange, which track celestial cycles spanning thousands of years, indicates inheritance from educational traditions that maintain continuous observations across multiple generations. The engineering knowledge demonstrated in megalithic construction reveals understanding of materials science, structural mechanics, and environmental engineering that represents the culmination of long technological traditions. The sophistication evident at sites like Puma Punku suggests inheritance from educational institutions that specialized in advanced technical training over extended periods. The integration of practical knowledge with symbolic and astronomical systems evident in megalithic sites suggests that flood survivors successfully preserved comprehensive educational curricula that combined technical training with cultural and religious instruction. The holistic approach to knowledge preservation evident in these monuments indicates sophisticated understanding of information storage and transmission across extended time periods. The flood narratives preserved in oral tradition may represent more than simple historical accounts of catastrophic events. These stories consistently describe the preservation of essential knowledge by dedicated individuals who maintained cultural continuity across periods of catastrophic disruption. The details of these narratives suggest systematic approaches to knowledge preservation that prioritized essential information over material possessions or social structures. The theme of divine or supernatural assistance in preserving knowledge through flood catastrophes appears consistently across different cultural traditions. suggesting that the technological capabilities of antediluvian civilizations seemed so advanced to later observers that they attributed them to supernatural sources. This interpretation aligns with the technological sophistication evident in megalithic construction, which continues to challenge modern engineering capabilities. The geographical specificity of many flood narratives, describing the submersion of particular coastal areas and the migration of survivors to specific highland regions, correlates closely with geological evidence for areas that were drowned during post-glacial sea level rise. This correlation suggests that flood stories preserve accurate geographical memories of actual geological events rather than mythological inventions. The chronological frameworks preserved in flood narratives often describe the catastrophic events as occurring within historical timescales that correlate with geological evidence for Ice Age termination. The precision of chronological information preserved in traditions like Hindu cosmology suggests systematic preservation of accurate temporal information across thousands of years. The technological details preserved in flood narratives often describe antediluvian civilizations as possessing capabilities that match the sophistication evident in megalithic construction. References to advanced architecture, astronomical knowledge, and sophisticated craftsmanship in pre-flood societies align closely with the technological capabilities demonstrated at early megalithic sites. The ecological descriptions preserved in flood narratives often describe pre-flood environments as supporting much larger human populations than post-flood conditions could sustain. This matches geological evidence suggesting that Ice Age coastal environments provided optimal conditions for large human populations that were subsequently displaced by rising sea levels. The cultural impact of flood catastrophes described in traditional narratives suggests that the events represented more than simple environmental disruptions, but fundamental resets of human civilization that required complete reconstruction of social institutions, technological traditions, and cultural practices. The scope of disruption described in these accounts matches the archaeological evidence for sudden cultural transitions that mark the beginning of the Holocene period. The knowledge preservation strategies described in flood narratives consistently emphasize the importance of maintaining essential information across catastrophic disruptions. The themes of dedicated individuals preserving crucial knowledge for future generations appear throughout different cultural traditions, suggesting systematic approaches to cultural continuity that were developed in response to awareness of environmental instability. The integration of flood narratives with astronomical and calendrical information in many cultural traditions suggests that these stories functioned as more than historical accounts, but served as comprehensive educational frameworks that preserved essential knowledge within accessible narrative structures. The astronomical precision of information embedded in flood narratives indicates systematic preservation of technical knowledge across extended time periods. The global distribution of flood narratives correlates closely with the geographical distribution of megalithic sites, suggesting that both represent responses by the same populations to the same catastrophic events. The cultural groups that preserved flood memories appear to be the same communities that established megalithic knowledge preservation systems. The technological sophistication described in antediluvian civilizations within flood narratives matches the capabilities evident in megalithic construction, suggesting that these traditional accounts preserve accurate memories of actual technological achievements rather than mythological inventions. The consistency of technological descriptions across different cultural traditions indicates preservation of accurate technical information. The environmental descriptions preserved in flood narratives provide detailed information about Ice Age conditions and the catastrophic changes that ended the glacial period. The precision of environmental information preserved in these traditional accounts suggests systematic preservation of ecological and geological knowledge that complements the technical information encoded in megalithic monuments. The flood narratives ultimately provide crucial context for understanding the megalithic legacy as representing more than isolated achievements by individual cultures, but as systematic responses by a global civilization to catastrophic environmental change. The consistency of flood memories across cultures worldwide suggests that megalithic construction represented coordinated efforts by survivors of a global catastrophe to preserve essential knowledge for future generations. The correlation between flood narratives and geological evidence for Ice Age termination catastrophes provides strong support for interpreting megalithic sites as knowledge preservation systems established by survivors of drowned coastal civilizations. Understanding this connection is crucial for appreciating the true significance of megalithic monuments as libraries of preserved knowledge, rather than simple religious or ceremonial structures. The flood tradition, preserved in cultural memory worldwide, represents one of humanity's most important historical records, documenting catastrophic environmental changes that reshaped human civilization and forced the development of new approaches to knowledge preservation and cultural continuity. The megalithic legacy stands as testament to the success of these preservation strategies, maintaining essential knowledge across the greatest environmental catastrophe in human history. While the megalithic monuments we've examined demonstrate impressive engineering and sophisticated knowledge preservation systems, there exists another category of anomalous stone structures that pushes the boundaries of what we consider possible even further. These enigmatic formations appear to represent the intersection between advanced technology and natural forces, creating results so precise and seemingly impossible that they challenge our fundamental understanding of both ancient capabilities and geological processes. Unlike the clearly artificial megalithic constructions, these anomalous stones occupy a gray zone, where the line between natural formation and technological intervention becomes increasingly blurred. What makes these formations particularly compelling is not just their technical impossibility according to conventional understanding, but the consistent pattern of local legends that describe them as products of supernatural or technological forces far beyond normal human capability. These traditional accounts, while dismissed by mainstream archaeology as folklore, may actually preserve accurate cultural memories of technological capabilities that seem magical only because they exceed our current understanding of what ancient civilizations could achieve. The examination of these edge cases reveals engineering challenges that push beyond impressive into the realm of the seemingly impossible, suggesting that the megalithic builders whose achievements we've already documented may have possessed technological capabilities even more advanced than the precision stonework and astronomical knowledge already evident in their monuments. Understanding these anomalous formations may provide crucial insights into the true extent of ancient technological achievement and the methods by which such precise work was accomplished. Deep in the mountains of Japan's Hyogo Prefecture, surrounded by ancient forests and approached through winding mountain paths, lies one of the world's most enigmatic stone formations. The Ishi no Hoden, known as the Floating Stone, presents visitors with a site that defies immediate comprehension and challenges fundamental assumptions about ancient stoneworking capabilities. This massive granite monolith appears to float above a small pool of water, creating an optical illusion so perfect that even close inspection fails to reveal the engineering principles that make such an effect possible. The Ishi no Hoden measures approximately 6.4 meters in length, 5.7 meters in width, and 545 meters in height, creating a total estimated weight of around 500 tons. To put this enormous mass in perspective, this single carved stone weighs roughly equivalent to 3 fully loaded commercial aircraft. Yet, it appears to hover effortlessly above its reflecting pool, with a delicacy that seems to mock the laws of physics. The visual effect created by the precise engineering is so convincing that visitors often struggle to understand how such massive stone could possibly maintain its apparently precarious position. The engineering reality behind the floating effect reveals sophisticated understanding of structural mechanics, an optical illusion that requires precise calculation and execution. The massive stone is actually supported by a carefully shaped central pillar that extends downward into the bedrock foundation. But this support is positioned and dimensioned to remain invisible from most viewing angles. The surrounding water level is maintained at precisely the right depth to conceal the support structure while creating perfect reflections that enhance the floating illusion. The precision required to create such an effect challenges our understanding of ancient engineering capabilities in multiple dimensions. The central support pillar had to be carved to exact specifications that would provide adequate structural stability for the enormous load, while remaining visually imperceptible from the intended viewing positions. The calculations required to determine optimal pillar dimensions, positioning, and water depth represent sophisticated engineering analysis that integrates structural mechanics with optical physics. Recent engineering analysis using modern computational methods has confirmed that the support system represents an optimal solution to the complex engineering challenge of creating a floating illusion with maximum visual impact while maintaining structural safety. The pillar dimensions and positioning show mathematical precision that indicates systematic calculation rather than trial and error experimentation. The margin of error in the critical dimensions is less than what would be expected even from modern precision engineering projects. The surface quality of the Ishi-no-Hoden presents additional challenges to conventional understanding of ancient stoneworking capabilities. The granite surfaces display smoothness and uniformity that approaches mirror-like quality, with finish standards that modern stonemasons achieve only with power tools and industrial abrasives. The precision of the edges and corners shows tolerances measured in millimeters across spans of several meters, accuracy that requires sophisticated measuring instruments and controlled working conditions. The absence of tool marks or surface irregularities on the Ishi-no-Hoden suggests finishing techniques that go far beyond conventional stone carving methods. Microscopic analysis of the surface reveals uniformity that indicates mechanical finishing rather than hand polishing. Yet no evidence exists for the industrial equipment that would be required to achieve such results using conventional methods. The surface characteristics suggest exposure to heat or chemical processes that could soften the granite temporarily, allowing precise shaping before the material hardened to its final form. Perhaps most mysteriously, no evidence exists for the massive quantity of stone debris that would inevitably result from carving such a large monolith from solid granite. The creation of the Ishi-no-Hoden would have required removing hundreds of tons of granite waste. Yet no such debris has ever been found in the surrounding area. This absence of waste material suggests either removal and disposal of debris using methods that left no archaeological trace, or alternative carving techniques that produced minimal waste during the shaping process. The local legends surrounding the Ishi-no-Hoden provide fascinating insights into how ancient observers interpreted the technological achievements they witnessed. According to traditional accounts preserved in Shinto mythology, the stone was created by divine beings who descended from heaven and possessed the power to manipulate stone as easily as humans work with clay. These stories describe the carving process as involving supernatural tools that could cut through solid granite without effort and shape massive stones with perfect precision. While modern analysis tends to dismiss such accounts as mythology, the specific details preserved in these traditions suggest that they may contain accurate descriptions of actual technological processes that seem supernatural only because they exceeded the observer's understanding of what was possible. The consistent emphasis on tools and techniques that could manipulate stone properties suggests awareness of technological capabilities that modern science has difficulty explaining. The integration of the Ishi-no-Hoden with its surrounding landscape reveals additional aspects of sophisticated planning and environmental engineering. The site's location was chosen to optimize the visual impact of the floating effect, while ensuring adequate water supply for maintaining the reflecting pool. The natural topography was modified to create optimal viewing angles and approach paths that maximize the dramatic impact of first encountering the floating stone. Recent archaeological investigation has revealed that the Ishi no Hoden site includes sophisticated water management systems that maintain optimal water levels in the reflecting pool, despite seasonal variations in precipitation and groundwater levels. These hydraulic systems show engineering sophistication that ensures the floating illusion remains effective throughout different weather conditions and seasonal changes. Moving from Japan to the Arabian Peninsula, we encounter another enigmatic stone formation that challenges conventional understanding of both geological processes and ancient technological capabilities. The Al-Nazla rock formation in Saudi Arabia's Taima Oasis presents visitors with a site that appears to defy natural explanation. Two massive sandstone blocks standing side by side, separated by a perfectly straight vertical cut that extends from top to bottom with precision that seems more suited to modern laser cutting than ancient stoneworking or natural geological processes. The Al-Nazla formation consists of two sandstone blocks, each approximately 6 meters tall and weighing an estimated 100 tons, balanced on small natural pedestals that give them an elegant, gravity-defying appearance. The separation between the blocks measures consistent width throughout its entire height, creating a gap so perfectly straight and uniform that it appears to have been cut using industrial equipment rather than formed through natural weathering or ancient stoneworking techniques. The precision of the Al-Nazla split challenges every conventional explanation for its formation. Natural geological processes, including thermal expansion, frost wedging, and tectonic stress, can create rock fractures. But such natural splits typically follow rock grain structures and mineral boundaries, creating irregular surfaces with varying widths and curved profiles. The Al-Nazla split shows none of these characteristics, instead displaying uniformity and precision that suggests controlled cutting rather than natural formation. Engineering analysis of the split characteristics reveals precision that exceeds what would be expected from even modern stone cutting operations. The gap width varies by less than 5 millimeters throughout its entire length, tolerance that would be challenging to achieve using contemporary diamond wire cutting equipment. The surfaces of the split show smoothness and uniformity that indicates controlled cutting rather than fracturing. Yet no tool marks or cutting debris provide evidence for the methods used to create such precision. The petroglyphs carved into the Al-Nazla blocks add another layer of mystery to their interpretation. These ancient drawings depict various animals, human figures, and abstract symbols that indicate the site held cultural significance for the people who created them. The positioning of the petroglyphs relative to the split suggests that the carvings were made after the split was created, indicating that ancient peoples recognized the split as something remarkable worthy of commemorating through artistic expression. The age of the petroglyphs provides some constraints on the timing of the split formation, suggesting that the precision cut existed at least several thousand years ago when the area supported human populations capable of creating sophisticated rock art. This timing eliminates the possibility that the split was created using modern industrial equipment, yet no known ancient technology should have been capable of achieving such precision in sandstone cutting. Recent geological investigation has attempted to explain the Al-Nazla split through natural processes, proposing theories including thermal stress from temperature variations, groundwater pressure changes, and tectonic forces that could create linear fractures. However, none of these proposed mechanisms adequately explains the extraordinary precision and uniformity of the split, leaving open the possibility that technological intervention played a role in its creation. The local Bedouin traditions surrounding Al-Nazla describe the split as the work of ancient peoples who possessed tools and techniques far superior to anything known in historical times. These traditions speak of masters of stone who could cut through the hardest rock as easily as cutting cloth, using methods that left no trace of their tools or techniques. While such accounts are typically dismissed as folklore, they preserve cultural memories that may contain accurate information about ancient technological capabilities. The absence of cutting debris around Al-Nazla presents the same puzzle found at other anomalous stone sites. The precision of the work suggests controlled cutting rather than natural formation, yet no evidence exists for the tools, equipment, or waste materials that such cutting operations would necessarily produce. This pattern suggests either remarkably efficient cleanup of work sites or cutting techniques that produced minimal debris during the separation process. The environmental context of Al-Nazla reveals additional aspects of sophisticated site selection and possibly environmental modification. The formation sits in a location that provides optimal preservation conditions for both the split stones and the petroglyphs carved upon them. The natural pedestals that support the massive blocks show signs of possible modification to ensure stable support and optimal visual presentation of the split formation. The third major example of apparently impossible precision in stone formation appears in Japan's Nara Prefecture, where the massive Masuda no Iwafune presents another engineering puzzle that challenges conventional understanding of ancient capabilities. This enormous granite block, measuring approximately 11 meters long, 8 meters wide, and nearly 5 meters tall, displays a series of precise rectangular cuts and geometric modifications that suggest technological intervention rather than natural formation or conventional ancient stoneworking. The Masuda no Iwafune weighs an estimated 800 tons, making it one of the largest worked stones in Japan and comparable in mass to some of the megalithic blocks found at sites like Baalbek in Lebanon. However, unlike other megalithic construction where massive stones were incorporated into larger architectural complexes, the Masuda no Iwafune appears to be a standalone monument whose purpose and meaning remain completely enigmatic. The geometric modifications carved into the Masuda no Iwafune show precision that challenges understanding of ancient stoneworking capabilities. The rectangular cuts extend deep into the granite surface with straight edges and right angles that maintain dimensional accuracy across spans of several meters. The depth and precision of these cuts would be challenging to achieve using modern power tools. Yet, they appear to have been created using techniques that left no archaeological evidence for the methods employed. The most puzzling aspect of the Masuda no Iwafune lies not in the precision of individual cuts, but in the systematic geometry that governs their placement and proportions. The rectangular recesses appear to follow mathematical relationships that suggest systematic planning and design rather than random or decorative carving. The proportional relationships between different elements show consistency that indicates application of standardized geometric principles. Recent three-dimensional mapping using laser scanning technology has revealed that the geometric elements of the Masuda no Iwafune conform to mathematical proportions that appear throughout other Japanese megalithic sites, suggesting participation in the same technological tradition that created structures like the Ishi no Hoden. The dimensional relationships show precision that indicates systematic application of mathematical principles rather than approximation or artistic interpretation. The absence of stone debris around the Masuda no Iwafune presents the same puzzle found at other anomalous stone sites. The creation of the deep rectangular cuts would have required removing thousands of tons of granite waste. Yet no such debris has been found despite extensive archaeological investigation of the surrounding area. This absence suggests either systematic removal and disposal of waste materials or cutting techniques that produced minimal debris during the modification process. The surface quality of the cuts in the Masuda no Iwafune displays characteristics that suggest heat treatment or chemical softening rather than conventional mechanical cutting. The surfaces show smoothness and uniformity that indicates plastic deformation rather than brittle fracture, suggesting that the granite may have been softened temporarily during the cutting process. This interpretation aligns with local legends that describe ancient peoples who could make stone malleable, like clay. The positioning and orientation of the Masuda no Iwafyun reveals additional evidence of sophisticated planning and possibly astronomical alignment. The monument's placement and angular orientation appear to correspond to specific celestial relationships that suggest astronomical knowledge and systematic site planning. The integration of geometric modification with astronomical positioning indicates comprehensive understanding that combines mathematical, engineering, and astronomical knowledge. The local traditions surrounding the Masuda no Iwafyun describe it as the work of divine beings who could manipulate stone using supernatural powers. These accounts emphasize the impossibility of the work according to normal human capabilities and consistently attribute the creation to beings who possessed technological capabilities far beyond anything known in historical Japanese culture. The emphasis on impossible precision and unknown techniques in these traditions suggests preservation of accurate cultural memories of actual technological achievements. The geological context of the Masuda no Iwafyun reveals that the monument was created from a natural granite outcrop that was modified rather than transported from elsewhere. This indicates that the technological capabilities involved precision modification of natural rock formations rather than quarrying and transportation of massive blocks. The achievement of such precision in field conditions suggests portable tools and techniques that could maintain industrial-level accuracy without fixed workshop facilities. The pattern that emerges from examining these three anomalous stone formations reveals consistent characteristics that distinguish them from both natural geological processes and conventional ancient stoneworking. The precision achieved in each case exceeds what should be possible using traditional ancient techniques. Yet the absence of archaeological evidence for advanced tools or industrial processes leaves the technological methods completely mysterious. The mathematical precision evident in all three formations suggests systematic application of geometric and engineering principles rather than artistic expression or religious symbolism. The dimensional accuracy and proportional relationships show consistency that indicates standardized techniques and measuring systems that maintain precision across different projects and geographical locations. The absence of production debris at all three sites suggests cutting and shaping techniques that either produced minimal waste or involved systematic cleanup that left no archaeological trace. This pattern eliminates conventional explanations based on hammer and chisel techniques, which inevitably produce large quantities of stone chips and fragments that should remain visible in the archaeological record. The surface quality achieved in all three formations displays characteristics that suggest heat treatment, chemical processing, or other techniques that temporarily altered the physical properties of the stone during working. The smoothness and uniformity of finished surfaces indicate plastic deformation rather than brittle fracture, suggesting that the rock materials were made malleable during the shaping process. The local legends associated with all three sites consistently describe the work as products of supernatural beings or divine intervention rather than normal human capabilities. These traditional accounts emphasize the impossibility of the achievements according to conventional understanding and consistently attribute them to entities who possessed technological capabilities far beyond normal human knowledge. The astronomical and geographical contexts of all three formations suggest systematic site selection and orientation that integrates geological modification with astronomical knowledge and environmental planning. The precision of positioning and orientation indicates comprehensive understanding that combines multiple technical disciplines into unified project planning. The preservation characteristics of all three formations demonstrate durability that has maintained precision across thousands of years of environmental exposure. The continued accuracy of dimensions and surface quality despite weathering indicates either exceptional materials science or protective treatments that have prevented normal deterioration processes. The technological implications of these anomalous formations extend far beyond simple stoneworking to encompass materials science, precision engineering, and systematic project planning that challenges our understanding of ancient capabilities. The consistency of characteristics across different geographical locations suggests participation in a unified technological tradition that possessed capabilities we have difficulty explaining using conventional archaeological frameworks. The evidence from sites like Ishi no Hoden, Al-Nasla, and Masuda no Iwafune suggests that the megalithic builders whose achievements we've documented in conventional construction projects may have possessed technological capabilities that extended far beyond what the stone monuments alone indicate. These edge cases reveal precision and techniques that push the boundaries of possibility even further, suggesting that our understanding of ancient technological achievement may still significantly underestimate the true capabilities of megalithic civilizations. The cultural memories preserved in local traditions associated with these sites may contain accurate information about technological processes that seemed supernatural only because they exceeded the observer's understanding of what was possible. Rather than dismissing these accounts as mythology, their consistent emphasis on impossible precision and unknown techniques suggests they preserve valuable information about actual technological capabilities. The study of these anomalous formations ultimately reveals that the boundaries between natural geological processes and technological intervention may be more fluid than conventional understanding suggests. The precision and characteristics evident in these formations challenge our fundamental assumptions about both ancient technological capabilities and the limits of what natural processes can achieve. Understanding these edge cases may be crucial for developing more accurate models of ancient technological achievement and for recognizing similar examples that may exist at other locations worldwide. The technological signatures revealed through detailed analysis of these formations may provide templates for identifying additional examples of advanced ancient engineering that have been overlooked or misinterpreted as natural formations. The preservation of these anomalous formations across thousands of years demonstrates the durability of advanced ancient engineering and suggests that additional examples may survive in remote locations where they have escaped detailed investigation. The technological capabilities evident in these edge cases indicate that megalithic civilization possessed knowledge and techniques that extended far beyond what conventional archaeology has recognized. The implications of these discoveries extend beyond archaeology to encompass fundamental questions about human technological development and the potential for advanced capabilities in ancient times. The precision and techniques evident in formations like Ishi no Hoden, Al-Nasla, and Masuda no Iwafune suggest that technological development may not follow the linear progression that conventional models assume, and that advanced capabilities may have been achieved and subsequently lost multiple times throughout human history. The precision engineering and seemingly impossible stone formations we've examined raise an inevitable question that strikes at the heart of megalithic mysteries. How exactly did ancient builders move massive blocks weighing hundreds or thousands of tons across difficult terrain and position them with millimeter accuracy? The conventional archaeological explanations involving ropes, wooden rollers, and large teams of laborers become increasingly inadequate when confronted with the logistical realities of transporting 800-ton blocks across valleys, 1,000-ton stones up mountainsides, or 50-ton basalt columns across ocean waters to remote Pacific islands. The evidence suggests that megalithic builders possessed sophisticated transportation and positioning systems that operated according to principles we're only beginning to understand. rather than relying on brute force approaches that would require enormous infrastructure and massive labor forces. These ancient engineers appear to have developed elegant technical solutions that achieved maximum results with minimum visible effort. Understanding these shadow logistics systems may be crucial for appreciating the true technological sophistication of megalithic civilization. The transportation challenges faced by megalithic builders varied dramatically depending on geographical context, but all shared common requirements for precision, efficiency, and minimal infrastructure impact. Whether moving granite blocks across mountain valleys in the Andes, transporting limestone megaliths from distant quarries in Lebanon, or positioning basalt columns in Pacific lagoons, the builders constantly achieved results that challenge our understanding of what should be possible using pre-industrial technology. The absence of archaeological evidence for the massive infrastructure that conventional transportation methods would require suggests that megalithic builders employed techniques that left minimal traces in the archaeological record. This shadow logistics approach indicates systematic planning that prioritized efficiency and environmental integration over visible displays of technological capability, creating transportation systems that achieved maximum results, while leaving minimal evidence of their operation. The study of megalithic transportation reveals consistent patterns of technical innovation that suggest systematic approaches to logistics challenges, rather than ad hoc solutions developed for individual projects. The precision and consistency of results across different geographical contexts indicate established technological traditions that maintained effectiveness across various environmental conditions and project requirements. The foundation of megalithic transportation systems appears to have been sophisticated understanding of friction reduction and load distribution that allowed massive blocks to be moved using forces far smaller than their enormous weights would normally require. Rather than attempting to overcome friction through brute force, megalithic engineers developed techniques that minimized resistance while maintaining precise control over block positioning and movement direction. The basic principles of friction reduction employed in megalithic transportation combined multiple techniques that worked together to create cumulative advantages far greater than any individual approach could achieve. These integrated systems demonstrate understanding of mechanical engineering principles that weren't formally recognized in Western science until much later periods. Yet the evidence shows systematic application across projects separated by thousands of miles and centuries of time. Archaeological investigation at quarry sites and transportation routes has revealed evidence for sophisticated track systems that provided smooth surfaces for block movement while maintaining directional control and load distribution. These tracks often incorporated multiple layers of different materials, with hard stone surfaces providing durability and softer materials, providing cushioning and conformability to irregularities in block surfaces. The construction of transportation tracks required sophisticated understanding of materials science and surface engineering that optimized performance for specific load characteristics and environmental conditions. The tracks show evidence for systematic testing and refinement that developed optimal configurations for different transportation challenges, suggesting institutional knowledge that accumulated experience across multiple projects. Recent experimental archaeology has confirmed that properly designed track systems can reduce transportation forces by factors of 10 or more compared to dragging blocks across natural surfaces. The principles employed in megalithic track construction show systematic application of friction reduction techniques that maximize efficiency while maintaining precise directional control and stopping capability. The roller systems employed in megalithic transportation show evidence for sophisticated understanding of mechanical advantage and load distribution that goes far beyond simple wooden logs placed under moving blocks. Archaeological evidence suggests use of engineered roller systems that incorporated multiple materials and precisely calculated dimensions to optimize performance for specific block weights and transportation distances. The engineering of roller systems required understanding of stress distribution, bearing capacity, and dynamic loading that ensured continued functionality under enormous loads, while maintaining smooth operation and directional control. The evidence suggests standardized roller designs that could be manufactured to consistent specifications and deployed across different projects and geographical locations. Experimental testing of reconstructed roller systems has revealed performance characteristics that explain how massive blocks could be moved using manageable force levels while maintaining precise control over positioning and alignment. The roller designs show optimization for specific load ranges and transportation conditions that suggest systematic engineering development rather than trial and error experimentation. The lubrication systems employed in megalithic transportation demonstrate understanding of tribology and surface chemistry that achieved dramatic friction reduction using locally available materials. Archaeological evidence suggests systematic use of organic lubricants, including animal fats, plant oils, and other materials that could be applied to transportation surfaces to minimize resistance while maintaining block control. The application of lubrication systems required understanding of material compatibility, environmental effects, and performance duration that ensured continued effectiveness throughout extended transportation operations. The evidence suggests systematic testing and refinement of lubrication materials and application techniques that optimize performance for different environmental conditions and project requirements. Recent analysis of residues found at megalithic sites has identified organic compounds that suggest sophisticated lubrication chemistry, using materials that provided optimal performance characteristics for specific transportation challenges. The consistency of lubrication approaches across different geographical contexts indicates systematic knowledge transmission that maintained effectiveness across various environmental conditions. The inclined plane systems employed in megalithic transportation show sophisticated understanding of mechanical advantage and structural engineering that allowed massive blocks to be raised to significant heights using controlled force application. Rather than attempting vertical lifting that would require enormous forces, megalithic engineers consistently employed ramping systems that traded distance for mechanical advantage, while maintaining precise control over block positioning. The construction of inclined planes for megalithic transportation required sophisticated calculation of optimal angles, structural capacity, and surface characteristics that ensured safe operation while minimizing construction effort and material requirements. Archaeological evidence reveals ramp systems that show systematic engineering optimization for specific load characteristics and elevation requirements. The ramp systems employed in megalithic construction demonstrate understanding of structural dynamics and load distribution that ensured continued functionality under enormous moving loads, while providing precise control over block positioning and final placement. The engineering shows systematic consideration of factors including ramp stability, surface durability, and dismantling requirements that indicate comprehensive project planning. Recent engineering analysis has confirmed that properly designed ramp systems could enable movement of massive blocks using force levels achievable by relatively small teams of workers, provided that appropriate mechanical advantage and control systems were employed. The ramp designs found at megalithic sites show optimization for specific project requirements that suggest systematic engineering development. The lever systems employed in megalithic positioning show sophisticated understanding of mechanical advantage and pivot engineering that allowed precise control over massive block positioning using manageable force inputs. Rather than relying on crude prying techniques, megalithic engineers developed systematic lever applications that provided precise positioning control while minimizing risk of block damage or structural failure. The engineering of lever systems for megalithic positioning required understanding of stress concentration, material properties, and fulcrum design that ensured continued functionality under enormous loads while providing fine positioning control. Archaeological evidence suggests the standardized lever techniques that could be applied across different block sizes and positioning requirements. Experimental testing of reconstructed lever systems has demonstrated positioning accuracy sufficient to achieve the millimeter tolerances observed in megalithic construction, provided that appropriate lever design and operational techniques are employed. The lever applications show systematic optimization for specific positioning challenges that suggest institutional knowledge development. The lifting systems employed in megalithic construction demonstrate understanding of mechanical advantage and structural engineering that enabled controlled elevation of massive blocks to precise positions using manageable force applications. Rather than attempting direct lifting that would require enormous forces, megalithic engineers developed systematic lifting approaches that combined multiple mechanical advantages to achieve required results. The engineering of lifting systems required sophisticated understanding of load distribution, structural capacity, and safety factors that ensured reliable operation while minimizing risk of catastrophic failure. Archaeological evidence suggests standardized lifting techniques that could be scaled for different block sizes and elevation requirements. Recent analysis of lifting anchor points and structural modifications found at megalithic sites has revealed evidence for sophisticated lifting hardware and techniques that provided precise control over block positioning while maintaining structural integrity. The lifting systems show optimization for specific project requirements that suggest systematic engineering development. The positioning and alignment systems employed in megalithic construction required understanding of surveying, measurement, and precision control that achieved tolerances measured in millimeters across spans of hundreds of meters. Rather than relying on visual estimation or crude measurement techniques, megalithic engineers employed systematic positioning approaches that maintained accuracy across entire construction projects. The engineering of positioning systems required sophisticated understanding of dimensional control, error propagation, and measurement techniques that ensured continued accuracy throughout complex construction sequences. Archaeological evidence suggests standardized positioning techniques that maintain precision across different project scales and geographical contexts. The precision achieved in megalithic positioning indicates use of measurement systems and control techniques that rival modern surveying capabilities, suggesting institutional knowledge that maintained accuracy standards across extended construction projects. The positioning systems show systematic optimization for specific accuracy requirements that indicate comprehensive understanding of precision engineering principles. The water-based transportation systems employed for projects like Nan Madol demonstrate sophisticated understanding of marine engineering and flotation that enabled movement of massive stone blocks across water without damage to precisely finished surfaces. Rather than attempting crude rafting techniques that would risk block damage, megalithic engineers developed systematic marine transportation approaches that maintained precision while achieving required mobility. The engineering of water transportation systems required understanding of buoyancy, stability, and load distribution that ensured safe operation while maintaining precise control over block positioning and movement direction. Archaeological evidence suggests sophisticated flotation techniques that could handle enormous loads while providing precise positioning control. The marine transportation challenges at sites like Nan Madol required development of specialized techniques for underwater positioning and foundation construction that enabled precise placement of massive blocks in marine environments. The evidence suggests systematic approaches to underwater construction that maintained precision while working in challenging aquatic conditions. Recent experimental testing of reconstructed flotation systems has demonstrated load capacities and positioning accuracy sufficient to explain the transportation achievements evident at sites like Nan Madol, provided that appropriate flotation design and operational techniques are employed. The marine transportation systems show optimization for specific aquatic conditions that suggest systematic engineering development. The seasonal transportation strategies employed in megalithic logistics demonstrate understanding of environmental optimization that maximize transportation efficiency by taking advantage of favorable seasonal conditions. Rather than attempting year-round transportation that would encounter maximum environmental resistance, megalithic engineers systematically planned transportation activities to coincide with optimal environmental conditions. The integration of seasonal planning with transportation logistics required sophisticated understanding of environmental cycles, weather patterns, and resource availability that enabled optimal timing of transportation activities. Archaeological evidence suggests systematic seasonal planning that coordinated transportation with optimal environmental conditions across different geographical contexts. The winter transportation strategies employed in northern climates demonstrate understanding of ice and snow conditions that could dramatically reduce transportation resistance while providing smooth surfaces for block movement. The evidence suggests systematic exploitation of winter conditions that transformed difficult overland transportation into manageable seasonal operations. Recent analysis of transportation routes and seasonal planning has revealed optimization strategies that suggest systematic understanding of environmental cycles and their effects on transportation efficiency. The seasonal approaches show coordination of logistics with environmental conditions that maximized efficiency while minimizing resource requirements. The standardization evident in megalithic transportation systems demonstrates institutional knowledge that maintained consistent techniques and performance standards across different projects and geographical contexts. Rather than developing unique solutions for individual challenges, megalithic engineers employed standardized approaches that could be applied systematically across various transportation requirements. The development of standardized transportation techniques required institutional knowledge that accumulated experience across multiple projects and transmitted effective practices across geographical and temporal boundaries. Archaeological evidence suggests systematic knowledge preservation that maintained transportation capabilities across cultural transitions and project variations. The modular approaches evident in megalithic transportation systems demonstrate understanding of system design and component standardization that enabled flexible application of transportation techniques across different project requirements. The evidence suggests systematic design approaches that prioritized adaptability and efficiency over project-specific optimization. Recent analysis of transportation hardware and techniques has revealed evidence for systematic standardization that maintained performance consistency across different projects and environmental conditions. The standardization shows institutional knowledge development that accumulated expertise across multiple transportation challenges. The measurement systems employed in megalithic logistics demonstrate understanding of dimensional control and precision maintenance that enabled accurate execution of complex transportation and positioning operations. Rather than relying on approximate methods that would accumulate errors, megalithic engineers employed systematic measurement approaches that maintained accuracy throughout complex logistics operations. The engineering of measurement systems required understanding of precision propagation, error control, and standardization that ensured continued accuracy across extended logistics operations. Archaeological evidence suggests sophisticated measurement techniques that maintained precision standards across different project scales and geographical contexts. The precision achieved in megalithic logistics indicates use of measurement standards and control techniques that enabled coordination of complex operations while maintaining accuracy requirements. The measurement systems show systematic optimization for specific precision requirements that suggest institutional knowledge development. Recent analysis of measurement artifacts and dimensional control evidence has revealed sophisticated understanding of precision engineering that enabled the accuracy achievements evident in megalithic construction. The measurement approaches show systematic development that maintains standards across different projects and operational contexts. The The quality control systems employed in megalithic logistics demonstrate understanding of process management and performance monitoring that ensured continued effectiveness throughout complex transportation and positioning operations. Rather than relying on final inspection that would identify problems too late for correction, megalithic engineers employed systematic quality control that maintained performance throughout operational sequences. The engineering of quality control systems required understanding of process monitoring, performance assessment, and corrective action that ensured continued operation within acceptable parameters. Archaeological evidence suggests systematic quality control approaches that maintained performance standards across different operational conditions and project requirements. The integration of quality control with logistics operations required sophisticated understanding of process management and performance optimization that enabled early identification and correction of operational problems. The evidence suggests systematic approaches to process control that maintained effectiveness while minimizing resource waste and operational delays. Recent analysis of operational evidence and performance indicators has revealed sophisticated understanding of process management that enabled the logistics achievements evident in megalithic construction. The quality control approaches show systematic development that maintained operational effectiveness across different challenges and environmental conditions. The coordination systems employed in megalithic logistics demonstrate understanding of project management and operational synchronization that enabled complex multi-phase operations involving large teams and sophisticated equipment. Rather than relying on ad hoc coordination that would risk operational conflicts, megalithic engineers employed systematic coordination approaches that maintained operational efficiency throughout complex logistics operations. The engineering of coordination systems required understanding of communication, scheduling, and resource management that ensured effective integration of multiple operational elements. Archaeological evidence suggests sophisticated coordination techniques that maintained operational efficiency across different project scales and complexity levels. The management of complex logistics operations required systematic approaches to planning, execution, and monitoring that enabled successful completion of challenging transportation and positioning projects. The evidence suggests institutional knowledge that maintained coordination capabilities across different operational contexts and project requirements. Recent analysis of operational organization and coordination evidence has revealed sophisticated understanding of project management that enabled the logistics achievements evident in megalithic construction. The coordination approaches show systematic development that maintained operational effectiveness across different organizational challenges and project complexities. The legacy of megalithic logistics systems extends far beyond their immediate transportation achievements to encompass comprehensive approaches to precision engineering and project management that enabled systematic execution of challenging technical projects. The sophistication evident in these logistics systems demonstrates institutional knowledge that maintained technical capabilities across extended time periods and geographical distances. Understanding megalithic logistics reveals systematic approaches to technical problem-solving that combined mechanical engineering, materials science, and project management into integrated solutions that achieved maximum results with minimum resource expenditure. The consistency and effectiveness of these approaches suggest institutional knowledge that maintain technical traditions across cultural transitions and environmental challenges. The study of megalithic logistics ultimately demonstrates that ancient builders possessed comprehensive understanding of technical systems and operational management that enabled them to achieve results that continue to challenge modern engineering capabilities. The sophistication of these shadow logistics systems suggests that our understanding of ancient technological achievement may still significantly underestimate the true capabilities of megalithic civilization. The megalithic structures that dot our planet's landscape serve as far more than silent monuments to ancient builders. They represent complex nodes of interaction where ritual, politics, technology, and memory converged in sophisticated ways that challenge our understanding of prehistoric societies. Moving beyond simplistic interpretations of these sites as mere tombs or primitive markers, we must examine their multifaceted roles in the societies that created them, and the methodological approaches that can unlock their secrets without resorting to fantastical explanations. The theater of sky and stone. When we step into stone circles like Stonehenge or approach the towering pillars of Göbekli Tepe, we enter spaces that were deliberately designed as theaters of the sky. These monuments operated as sophisticated astronomical instruments, where the movements of celestial bodies were tracked, predicted, and ritualized. The precision with which these structures align with solstices, equinoxes, and lunar cycles reveals a deep understanding of astronomical phenomena that served both practical and spiritual purposes. The ritual dimension of megalithic sites permeates every aspect of their design and use. At Newgrange in Ireland, the winter solstice illumination of the Passage Tombs chamber represents one of the most dramatic examples of this astronomical choreography. For precisely 17 minutes each year, a shaft of sunlight penetrates the roof box and floods the inner chamber with golden light, transforming the space into a sacred theater where death and rebirth are symbolically enacted. This celestial performance would have drawn communities together in shared witness to the cosmic order, reinforcing cultural beliefs about the cycles of life, death, and renewal. Similar phenomena occur at sites worldwide, suggesting a universal human impulse to embed the rhythms of the cosmos into the built environment. The alignment of the Nabta Playa stone circle in Egypt with the heliacal rising of Sirius around 4800 BCE demonstrates that such astronomical knowledge extended far beyond Europe and into Africa's deep prehistory. At Rughm el Hiri in the Golan Heights, the entrance perfectly frames the sunrise on the summer solstice, while the concentric stone circles create a complex geometry that may have served multiple astronomical functions. The acoustic properties of these spaces add another layer to their ritual significance. Recent studies in archaeoacoustics have revealed that many megalithic chambers and stone circles possess unique sound characteristics that would have enhanced ritual performances. The resonant frequencies within Newgrange's chamber, for instance, amplify human voice in ways that could induce altered states of consciousness or create profound emotional experiences. Similar acoustic effects have been documented at sites from Malta's Hypogeum to Peru's Chavin de Huantar, suggesting that ancient builders possessed sophisticated understanding of how sound could be manipulated to enhance ritual efficacy. These acoustic phenomena transformed megalithic sites into what we might call schools of memory, where knowledge was transmitted not through written records, but through embodied experience. The combination of visual spectacle, acoustic enhancement, and communal participation created powerful mnemonic frameworks that encoded astronomical knowledge, seasonal cycles, and cultural narratives into the collective memory of participating communities. The stones themselves became repositories of this knowledge, their positions and orientations serving as permanent records of observations accumulated over generations. The spiral motifs carved into stones at sites like Newgrange, the animal reliefs at Göbekli Tepe, and the geometric patterns found across megalithic cultures worldwide represent more than mere decoration. These symbols likely encoded specific meanings related to astronomical observations, seasonal cycles, or mythological narratives that were decoded and reinterpreted by each generation. The recurring appearance of certain motifs across vast distances and time periods suggests either remarkable cultural continuity or the existence of widespread symbolic systems that facilitated communication between distant communities. Political monuments and social contracts. Beyond their astronomical and ritual functions, Megalithic structures served as powerful statements of political authority and social organization. The scale of resources required to construct these monuments speaks to sophisticated systems of leadership, labor management, and resource allocation that challenge traditional assumptions about prehistoric societies. Moving a single trilithon stone at Stonehenge would have required hundreds of workers coordinating their efforts over weeks or months, while the entire construction project would have demanded sustained community commitment over many generations. These monuments functioned as material manifestations of social contracts, demonstrating a community's ability to mobilize resources, coordinate complex projects, and maintain long-term commitments to shared goals. The investment of enormous human energy in creating permanent stone structures that would outlast any individual lifetime represents a fundamental shift in human thinking about time, legacy, and collective identity. Unlike temporary settlements or perishable artifacts, megalithic monuments declared their builders' intention to claim territory and establish lasting presence in the landscape. The political implications of this monumentality extend beyond simple territorial marking. The knowledge required to design and construct these structures, understanding of astronomy, geometry, engineering, and logistics, represented a form of cultural capital that differentiated certain communities from their neighbors. Societies that could create impressive stone monuments demonstrated their mastery over both natural materials and cosmic principles, establishing themselves as centers of power and knowledge that could attract allies, trade partners, and religious pilgrims from distant regions. The distribution patterns of megalithic sites across Europe, Africa, and Asia suggest networks of cultural exchange that facilitated the spread of both technological knowledge and symbolic systems. The appearance of similar construction techniques, astronomical alignments, and decorative motifs across vast distances indicates that prehistoric societies were far more interconnected than previously assumed. These monuments served as nodes in networks of exchange, pilgrimage, and political alliance that spanned continents and persisted for millennia. Evidence from sites like Karnak in Brittany, where thousands of standing stones create vast alignments stretching across the landscape, demonstrates the scale of political organization that megalithic construction could represent. The coordination required to quarry, transport, and erect over 3,000 stones in precise geometric arrangements speaks to centralized authority capable of mobilizing resources across wide territories and maintaining long-term planning horizons that exceeded individual lifespans. The competitive aspect of megalithic construction becomes apparent when examining sites that were repeatedly modified, expanded, or rebuilt over centuries. At Stonehenge, the progression from wooden posts to small blue stones to massive sarsen trilithons represents an escalating investment in monumentality that likely reflected competition with other ceremonial centers. The transport of blue stones from Wales, a distance of over 150 miles, demonstrates the lengths to which communities would go to create distinctive and impressive monuments that would enhance their regional prestige. Technology as power and legacy. Megalithic structures also functioned as technological showcases that demonstrated their builders' mastery over material challenges that continue to impress modern engineers. The precision with which stones were cut, fitted, and aligned reveals sophisticated understanding of geometry, physics, and engineering principles that challenges assumptions about prehistoric technological capabilities. These monuments served as advertisements for the technological prowess of their creators, establishing credentials that could be leveraged in trade negotiations, political alliances, or territorial disputes. The quarrying techniques evident at sites like the Aswan granite quarries in Egypt or the bluestone sources in Wales demonstrate systematic approaches to stone extraction that maximized efficiency while minimizing waste. Tool marks preserved on unfinished monuments reveal the specific techniques used to split, shape, and smooth massive blocks using copper and stone tools. The consistency of these techniques across different sites suggests standardized training systems that could transmit complex technical knowledge across generations and geographic distances. The transportation methods developed to move massive stones represent engineering achievements that required sophisticated understanding of leverage, friction, and mechanical advantage. Recent experiments attempting to replicate these achievements using period-appropriate tools and techniques have revealed the ingenuity required to overcome seemingly impossible logistical challenges. The success of these ancient projects demonstrates problem-solving capabilities and organizational skills that rival modern engineering accomplishments. The precision of astronomical alignments built into megalithic structures reveals another dimension of technological sophistication. Creating alignments accurate to fractions of degrees requires not only careful observation of celestial phenomena, but also precise surveying techniques and mathematical understanding. The fact that these alignments remain accurate thousands of years after construction demonstrates mastery of both observational astronomy and construction engineering that allowed builders to create permanent records of their observations. The acoustic engineering evident in megalithic chambers represents yet another technological achievement that required sophisticated understanding of sound propagation and architectural acoustics. The ability to create spaces with specific resonant frequencies or sound-focusing properties using only stone construction techniques demonstrates experimental methodology and theoretical understanding that challenges conventional assumptions about prehistoric scientific capabilities. Methodological rigor in megalithic research. Understanding these complex achievements requires methodological approaches that balance respect for ancient accomplishments with scientific rigor that avoids fantastical explanations. The principle of extracting maximum information from the stones themselves while minimizing reliance on speculative narratives provides a foundation for responsible research that can distinguish between evidence-based conclusions and imaginative interpretations. Modern technological tools have revolutionized our ability to study megalithic sites without damaging them or relying on invasive excavation techniques. LiDAR scanning can reveal site layouts hidden beneath vegetation or soil, while ground-penetrating radar can detect buried features and construction phases. Photogrammetry creates precise three-dimensional models that allow detailed analysis of surface features, tool marks, and spatial relationships. These non-invasive techniques generate data that can be shared, analyzed, and reanalyzed by researchers worldwide, creating collaborative opportunities that were impossible in previous generations. Muon tomography, adapted from particle physics research, offers unprecedented ability to see inside massive stone structures without drilling or excavation. This technique has already revealed hidden chambers within Egyptian pyramids and could potentially detect internal features within megalithic monuments that might provide new insights into construction techniques or hidden functions. The application of such advanced techniques to megalithic research demonstrates how interdisciplinary collaboration can unlock secrets that have remained hidden for millennia. Archaeological acoustics has emerged as a particularly fruitful field of study that can provide objective data about the sonic properties of ancient spaces, measurements of reverberation times, frequency responses, and sound propagation patterns can verify hypotheses about ritual use while revealing previously unknown acoustic phenomena. These studies often reveal that acoustic effects that seem mysterious or supernatural actually result from precise understanding of architectural acoustics by ancient builders. Traceology, the study of tool marks and wear patterns on stone surfaces, provides direct evidence of the techniques and tools used in megalithic construction. Microscopic analysis of chisel marks, abrasion patterns, and surface textures can identify specific tool types, construction sequences, and even individual craftspeople's techniques. This approach grounds interpretations of ancient technology in physical evidence, rather than speculation about lost or impossible techniques. The integration of multiple dating methods, radiocarbon dating of organic materials, optically stimulated luminescence dating of sediments, and archaeoastronomical dating based on stellar positions, provides robust chronological frameworks that can resolve disputes about site ages and construction sequences. These complementary approaches help establish reliable timelines that anchor interpretations in empirical data rather than subjective assumptions. Balancing wonder and skepticism. Responsible megalithic research requires careful distinction between inspiring hypotheses that motivate further investigation and established facts that can withstand rigorous scrutiny. The extraordinary nature of megalithic achievements naturally generates wonder and speculation. But scientific integrity demands that such responses be channeled into systematic investigation rather than uncritical acceptance of extraordinary claims. The temptation to attribute megalithic precision to lost technologies, extraterrestrial intervention, or supernatural powers reflects human tendency to explain the unfamiliar through the fantastic. However, such explanations ultimately diminish the genuine achievements of prehistoric societies by suggesting that human ingenuity alone could not have accomplished these feats. More respectful and accurate interpretations recognize that ancient peoples possessed sophisticated knowledge systems and problem-solving capabilities that allowed them to overcome seemingly impossible challenges through careful observation, systematic experimentation, and persistent effort. Oral traditions and mythological narratives associated with megalithic sites deserve respectful consideration as sources of cultural memory and meaning, while recognizing their limitations as literal historical accounts. These traditions often preserve genuine memories of construction processes, site functions, and cultural significance that can complement archaeological evidence. However, they must be interpreted within appropriate cultural contexts rather than treated as objective historical records or dismissed as mere fantasy. The collaborative nature of modern megalithic research, involving archaeologists, engineers, astronomers, acousticians, and other specialists, demonstrates how interdisciplinary approaches can reveal aspects of ancient achievements that would remain hidden within traditional disciplinary boundaries. This collaborative spirit extends to working with local communities and indigenous knowledge keepers who maintain cultural connections to megalithic sites and can provide insights unavailable through scientific methods alone. The enduring legacy. As we continue to study these ancient monuments, new technologies and methodological approaches will undoubtedly reveal additional layers of meaning and function that we cannot currently imagine. The stones themselves remain patient teachers, waiting to share their secrets with researchers who approach them with appropriate combinations of scientific rigor, technological sophistication, and respectful curiosity. The lesson of megalithic research extends beyond archaeology into broader questions about how we understand human potential and achievement. These monuments demonstrate that our ancestors possessed remarkable capabilities for observation, analysis, planning, and execution that allowed them to create lasting achievements without the technological tools we take for granted. Their success depended instead on careful observation of natural phenomena, systematic accumulation of knowledge over generations, and sophisticated social organization that could sustain long-term projects requiring enormous collective effort. Perhaps most importantly, megalithic structures remind us that human beings have always possessed the capacity for creating meaning through interaction with both earthly materials and cosmic phenomena. The builders of these monuments understood something fundamental about the human need to create lasting connections between individual experience and universal patterns, between temporary lives and eternal cycles, between local communities and global influences. In their stone theaters, they created spaces where these connections could be experienced, celebrated, and transmitted across generations, ensuring that the knowledge and values they considered most important would survive long after their individual voices fell silent. Their legacy challenges us to consider what monuments we are creating for future generations and what knowledge we consider worthy of preservation in forms that will outlast our own temporary presence on this earth. The stones continue to teach, waiting patiently for each new generation to discover what ancient wisdom they might still contain, what forgotten knowledge they might yet reveal, and what enduring truths they might share about the human capacity to create meaning through engagement with both stone and sky. As we approach the twilight of our exploration, the ancient megaliths reveal themselves not as mere archaeological curiosities, but as profound bridges spanning the vast flood of time that separates our modern consciousness from the wisdom of our ancestors. These monumental stones stand as enduring testaments to human resilience, coordination, and celestial wisdom, whispering lessons across millennia to those willing to listen with both scientific rigor and respectful wonder. The flood of time has washed away countless civilizations, languages, and traditions. Yet these massive stones persist, anchored in bedrock and memory alike. They represent more than architectural achievement. They embody the fundamental human capacity to create meaning through engagement with both earthly materials and cosmic forces. In their weathered surfaces and precise alignments, we can still read the ancient curriculum of astronomy, community organization, and spiritual practice that guided our ancestors through their own cycles of construction and renewal. Stone letters across the deluge. Returning to the metaphor that opened our journey, these megaliths function as stone letters cast into the geological substrate. Messages encoded not in perishable parchment or fragile papyrus, but in the most durable medium available to their creators. Like messages in bottles thrown into an ocean of time, these monuments carry essential information about coordination, sustainability, and the delicate art of working with stellar rhythms that governed ancient societies. The lessons embedded in stone speak of coordination on scales that challenge our assumptions about prehistoric capabilities. The transport of massive trilithon stones across hundreds of miles, the precise astronomical alignments maintained across millennia of seasonal cycles, and the standardization of construction techniques across vast distances all point to sophisticated networks of communication, shared knowledge systems, and coordinated labor that rivaled modern organizational achievements. These accomplishments emerged not from technological superiority in our contemporary sense, but from deep understanding of natural principles, patient observation of celestial patterns, and remarkable social cohesion sustained across generations. The sustainability encoded in megalithic construction offers profound lessons for our current environmental challenges. These structures were built to last not decades or centuries, but millennia, using locally sourced materials and construction techniques that worked with rather than against natural forces. Their builders understood that true achievement lay not in rapid consumption of resources, but in creating lasting value through careful stewardship of materials and energy. The seismic resilience of sites like Sacsayhuaman, the water management systems at places like Nan Madol, and the acoustic optimization of chambers at Newgrange all demonstrate sophisticated understanding of environmental principles that modern architecture often ignores. Distribution of key features across ancient megalithic sites. Most remarkably, these ancient builders mastered the art of working with stars, integrating celestial observations into every aspect of their monumental projects. The astronomical alignments that characterize megalithic sites worldwide represent more than primitive calendar systems. They embody a worldview that understood human activities as fundamentally connected to cosmic rhythms. This stellar literacy allowed ancient societies to coordinate activities across vast territories and long time periods, using the predictable movements of celestial bodies as synchronizing mechanisms that enabled complex social cooperation without modern communication technologies. Reading the Library of Stone. The future of megalithic research lies not in sensational speculation about lost civilizations or extraterrestrial intervention, but in the careful cultivation of interdisciplinary scholarship that can decode the genuine sophistication embedded in these monuments. This Library of Stone demands readers fluent in multiple disciplines: archaeoastronomy to understand celestial alignments, acoustic archaeology to interpret sound properties, materials science to analyze construction techniques, and anthropology to contextualize social organizations that made such projects possible. Recent advances in non-invasive scanning technologies have begun to reveal hidden layers of complexity in megalithic sites that were invisible to previous generations of researchers. Ground-penetrating radar has uncovered buried structures at sites like Durrington Walls near Stonehenge, revealing that many familiar monuments were actually components of much larger ceremonial complexes. LiDAR scanning has identified previously unknown alignments and connections between distant sites, suggesting network effects that spanned entire regions. Three-dimensional photogrammetry has documented microscopic tool marks that preserve evidence of specific construction techniques and even individual craftspeople's signatures in stone. These technological tools must be deployed with appropriate methodological rigor that distinguishes between empirical observations and speculative interpretations. The principle of extracting maximum information from the stones themselves, while minimizing reliance on fantasy, provides a foundation for research that can unlock genuine secrets without falling into pseudo-scientific thinking. This approach requires patience, humility, and willingness to acknowledge the limitations of current knowledge while remaining open to evidence that might challenge established assumptions. The integration of traditional knowledge systems with modern scientific methods offers particularly promising avenues for understanding megalithic sites within their proper cultural contexts. Indigenous communities often preserve oral traditions that encode genuine memories of construction processes, ritual functions, and symbolic meanings that complement archaeological evidence. These traditions must be approached with appropriate respect and cultural sensitivity, recognizing that they represent living knowledge systems rather than mere folklore to be mined for archaeological data. Bridges to future understanding. The scholarly approach to megalithic studies increasingly emphasizes open data sharing, collaborative research, and transparent methodology that can withstand peer review while remaining accessible to broader public engagement. This represents a mature response to the challenge of studying sites that have captured popular imagination while maintaining scientific integrity. Rather than retreating into academic exclusivity or surrendering to sensational speculation, responsible researchers can model how complex archaeological questions can be addressed through rigorous methods that enhance rather than diminish the wonder these sites inspire. The educational potential of megalithic sites extends far beyond archaeology into fundamental questions about human organization, environmental stewardship, and the relationship between local communities and global influences. These monuments demonstrate that sophisticated achievement does not require resource-intensive technology, but can emerge from careful observation, systematic knowledge accumulation, and social coordination sustained across generations. Their lessons about long-term thinking, environmental integration, and community cooperation offer valuable perspectives for contemporary challenges ranging from climate change to social fragmentation. The preservation of megalithic sites for future generations requires balancing public access with conservation needs, ensuring that these monuments can continue to teach while being protected from damage caused by tourism, development, or environmental change. This preservation effort necessarily involves local communities as primary stakeholders, whose cultural connections to these sites often span many generations. The most successful preservation initiatives recognize that megalithic sites are not museum pieces, but living landscapes that continue to serve important cultural functions for contemporary communities. The continuing conversation. As we deepen our understanding of megalithic achievements, new questions emerge that challenge comfortable assumptions about prehistoric capabilities and the trajectory of human development. The precision of astronomical alignments at sites like Nabta Playa pushes back the timeline for sophisticated astronomical observation by thousands of years. The acoustic engineering evident in chambers at sites from Malta to Peru demonstrates understanding of sound propagation that rivals modern architectural acoustics. The logistics of moving massive stones at sites like Baalbek or Nan Madol reveal organizational capabilities that challenge assumptions about prehistoric social complexity. These discoveries invite us to reconsider linear narratives of human progress that position contemporary civilization as the inevitable culmination of steady advancement from primitive beginnings. Instead, megalithic achievements suggest cycles of knowledge accumulation and transmission that operated according to different principles than modern scientific and technological development. Ancient societies developed sophisticated understanding of natural phenomena through sustained observation and experimentation, creating knowledge systems that were embedded in landscape, ritual, and community practice, rather than recorded in texts or preserved in institutions. The implications extend beyond archaeology into fundamental questions about human potential and the conditions that foster lasting achievement. Megalithic societies created monuments that have survived thousands of years and continue to inspire wonder and investigation. Their success depended not on resource extraction or technological domination, but on deep understanding of natural principles, patient collaboration across generations, and integration of human activities with environmental and cosmic rhythms. Lessons for contemporary civilization. Perhaps the most important lesson emerging from megalithic studies concerns the relationship between individual achievement and collective memory. These monuments were not created by isolated geniuses, but by communities that had developed systems for accumulating knowledge across generations, coordinating complex projects across extended time periods, and embedding important information in durable forms that could survive social and environmental disruptions. The astronomical knowledge, encoded in megalithic alignments, represents centuries of careful observation by individuals whose names have been lost, but whose contributions were preserved in stone. The construction techniques evident in megalithic monuments reflect experimental traditions that must have involved countless iterations and improvements across many generations. The symbolic systems carved into megalithic surfaces preserve cultural knowledge that was considered important enough to embed in permanent form. This collective dimension of megalithic achievement offers important perspective on contemporary challenges that require sustained cooperation across long-time horizons. Climate change, environmental degradation, and social fragmentation represent problems that cannot be solved by individual brilliance, but require the kind of patient, coordinated effort that megalithic societies demonstrated in their monumental projects. The ability to maintain focus on long-term goals while accommodating the practical needs of daily life represents a form of social maturity that contemporary civilization might well study and emulate. The megalithic emphasis on working with natural rhythms rather than against them offers similarly valuable lessons for sustainable development. These ancient builders created monuments that enhanced rather than disrupted their environments, using local materials and construction techniques that minimized ecological impact while maximizing durability. Their astronomical orientations connected human activities to cosmic cycles in ways that promoted harmony between cultural practices and natural processes. The eternal dialogue. The conversation between ancient stones and modern minds continues to evolve as new generations discover these monuments and bring fresh perspectives to their interpretation. Young researchers equipped with advanced technologies and interdisciplinary training are revealing aspects of megalithic achievement that were invisible to previous generations. Community groups are developing new approaches to heritage preservation that balance conservation with cultural continuity. Artists and writers continue to find inspiration in megalithic landscapes, creating contemporary works that explore the enduring relevance of ancient wisdom. This ongoing dialogue between past and present, between stone and flesh, between earth and sky, represents one of the most profound forms of human continuity. The builders of these monuments could not have imagined the technologies we would use to study their creations. But they designed their works to communicate across vast spans of time to minds they would never meet. Their success in achieving this communication across millennia demonstrates a form of optimism about human nature and human potential that transcends individual mortality. The response to megalithic monuments by contemporary people from diverse cultural backgrounds suggests that these works speak to universal aspects of human experience that persist despite dramatic changes in technology, social organization, and worldview. The sense of wonder, the recognition of achievement, and the intuition that these monuments preserve important knowledge represent forms of cross-temporal empathy that connect us to our ancestors across the flood of time. The gentle transition to rest. As our exploration of these ancient bridges draws to a close, we find ourselves standing at the threshold between waking investigation and the deeper mysteries that emerge in sleep and dreams. The megaliths have shared their secrets of coordination, endurance, and celestial attunement. Lessons that can guide us through our own cycles of construction and renewal, our own negotiations between individual aspiration and collective responsibility. In the quiet moments before sleep, when consciousness begins to soften and the boundaries between self and cosmos become permeable, the ancient stones whisper their most intimate teachings. They speak of patience that measures time in centuries rather than moments. A vision that encompasses not just individual lifetimes, but the long arc of cultural transmission across generations. They remind us that the most important human achievements emerge not from competition or domination, but from cooperation, observation, and respectful engagement with forces larger than ourselves. The lessons of the megaliths settle into consciousness like sediment in still water, creating layers of understanding that can be drawn upon in times of uncertainty or challenge. Their example of persistence through climate change, social upheaval, and cultural transformation offers reassurance that human knowledge and creativity can survive even the most dramatic disruptions. Their demonstration that lasting value emerges from careful attention to natural principles rather than technological novelty provides guidance for navigating contemporary challenges with wisdom rather than mere cleverness. As sleep approaches, the ancient stones offer their benediction, not as remote archaeological specimens, but as companions in the human journey, bridges across the flood of time that connect every generation to the accumulated wisdom of those who came before. In dreams, perhaps, we can join the ancient builders in their work, adding our own stones to the bridge that spans eternity, ensuring that the lessons of coordination, resilience, and cosmic attunement continue their journey into futures we cannot yet imagine. The stars that guided ancient astronomers still wheel overhead, marking the same seasonal cycles that determine the orientation of stone circles and passage graves. The earth that provided materials for megalithic construction still offers its bounty to those who approach with appropriate respect and understanding. The human capacity for wonder, cooperation, and patient observation that created these monuments still exists within us, waiting to be awakened by contact with achievements that demonstrate what becomes possible when individual effort aligns with collective vision and cosmic rhythm. In this alignment, this harmony between human intention and natural order, the megaliths offer their deepest teaching. That we are not separate from the world around us, but part of an integrated system that includes stone and star, earth and sky, past and future, sleeping and waking, in patterns too vast and beautiful to comprehend fully but not too subtle to participate in with gratitude and wonder. May the ancient bridges guide your passage into the country of dreams, where time flows differently and the voices of stone carvers and star watchers still echo in the chambers of memory, adding their harmonies to the eternal song of human aspiration, reaching toward the infinite mystery that surrounds and sustains us all. Rest well among the shadows of ancient stones, cradled by the same earth that supported their builders, covered by the same sky that guided their alignments, participating in the same great conversation between consciousness and cosmos that has continued unbroken across the millennia, whispering its secrets to all who pause to listen in the quiet spaces between heartbeats, where all bridges meet and all floods are stilled.